guys and gals.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Sabra, Jennifer, Dantex. Hello. I hope everybody is doing good on this Thursday evening. We have got a good one tonight. Selena. Hello, dear. Tonight is going to be a doozy. It's going to be a long one, but I'm telling you, it is worth every bit of this. Notifications take forever. Thank you guys for sharing out this. I have been looking forward to interviewing Keith, and his story is a roller coaster ride, to say the least. Oh, you guys are so awesome. I appreciate every bit of it. Come say hello. We got 6 in the chat. Don't be shy. I promise I won't bite. Just a little. I'm telling you guys, this story is amazing. And it's going to blow y'all's mind. Come say hello. Now, the one thing I ask, and it'll be posted periodically as people come in, because the story is so long. I mean, I'm not dramatizing anything. When I say this is a roller coaster ride of a story, it's a roller coaster ride of a story. And so as we go along, please, we love questions. Just make them relevant to what we're talking about at the time, the subject matter and all that. That's the only thing. Oh, no. Bless their hearts. What? Oh. Yikes. Fingers crossed for Joe and Matt. But that's the only thing I ask of you guys. Please don't jump in, ask questions. Just make sure that they're, you're funny, Selena. So I am going to give you a little bit about Keith Linder. He is an IT professional with over 25 years working in both hardware and software industries. He was abruptly introduced to the paranormal. Yes, abruptly introduced in 2012 when he and his girlfriend moved into a haunted house outside of Seattle, Washington. In his 3 books, he details the poltergeist-like activity that took place there, including spontaneous fires, stone throwing, teleportation, and objects levitating. His 3 books are in the links below. And let me introduce Keith Linder. Hi there, Keith.
Hello, Kim. How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you for coming. I am so excited to let everybody hear your story. Like I told you, I was very intrigued when I first heard it. So this is going to be very interesting. So let's start with the beginning of your story.
Yeah. So once again, thanks for having me. Hello, everyone listening, future listeners, future viewers. My name is Keith Linder, and like Kim said in the introduction, I'm an IT professional. Um, I moved to Seattle in 2005, May 1st of 2012. My girlfriend Tina and me moved into a house in the suburbs of Seattle, Washington. And strange things began to happen on day one. I say day one because when we, like anybody else, when you move into a house, apartment, or place of residence, especially a place that you're renting, um, there's a ceremony of signing up the papers, right? There's
Right.
there's a ceremony of getting the keys to your new place of residence. Well, May 1st was that day. And so we meet the homeowner. It's a lovely spring day. Me and Tina arrived together, of course. And this will be our second time entering the home. First time was viewing the home, of course. So now we're coming to the home. We're meeting the homeowner. Everybody's happy. We're shaking hands. Um, we're signing papers. There's paperwork to be signed, leasing agreements, all that.
Right.
Um, and then the exchanging of the keys. He gives us keys to the home, and we do the walk around one more time of upstairs, downstairs. This is a two-story single unit home. And then the homeowner leaves. He says his goodbye, congratulates us. It was kind of him to leave a nice bottle of wine, so we had that. But I want your listeners to understand, or your viewers to understand, the house is virtually empty, okay?
Right.
We have not moved in yet. So me and Tina are in the home. We're alone. We have no kids. We have no pets. And we're sort of sitting in the living room, which is the first room through the front door. And we're just talking of, what are we going to do with the house? Where are we going to put furniture?
Right.
The master bedroom is easy to determine, but there's three more bedrooms. So therefore, as we're talking, lollygagging, maybe 30 minutes or so have passed. Out of the blue, we hear a kid cough. And it was very interesting because, and I talk about this in my book, it cut through the middle of our conversation, meaning we're talking and all of a sudden out of nowhere blurts out this kid cough. Now, we've all, if you had kids, I was a kid once. I have nieces and nephews, cousins. We're all familiar with an adult cough and a kid cough. So we knew it was a kid cough. And how we knew that was Tina looked at me, I looked at her, and at the same time, Kim, we said, was that a kid cough? So we both asked each other the same question at the same exact time.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very loud. When a house is empty, things echo and bounce off walls. So it was very loud. It sounded like it came from one of the rooms upstairs. Now, I want to say once again, we have no children. We have no kids. The homeowner has left.
Mm-hmm.
But me and Tina are, we're excited. We're nowhere near close to claiming ghosts. We're
Right.
nowhere close to equating a kid cough, or what we thought to be a kid cough, to be a poltergeist. So we talked about it maybe 5 minutes. It was odd. All the windows are closed. It did not sound like it came from outside. And we just shrugged it off. I mean, there was nothing to do with it except resume our casual conversation about what we're going to do with this home. Fast forward to maybe a week or two. Now we're moving in. Now I've moved in. And one of the things I noticed, or one of the first things I noticed to go missing, was my extra set or extra pair of car keys. Now, these car keys basically is a car fob. Nobody really has car keys anymore, right? It's an official
Right.
fob, but it was a fob, extra set of a car fob. But it was one that I never used. It was one when I bought my car. They gave me two, like they give everybody else, but I never used it. And I kept it in the glove box at my other apartment. So when I moved into the house, this glove box was so small. It was not something you would give a mover to pack away. So I just walked it over, put it in my car, and never opened it, never used it, and put it in my closet. Now, 2 weeks later, I went to go retrieve a different item out of that glove box, not the car keys. And I noticed when I went to go retrieve my other item, the car keys were gone. Now, this is very interesting, Kim, because me and Tina, not that people know this, but me and Tina had two separate dwelling units. We were not living together prior to moving into the Martha house. So Tina does not know my car keys even exist. She doesn't know where I put them. She has no reason to rummage through my glove box. Only I know these keys exist, but the keys are gone. So I thought it was weird that 2 weeks of moving to the house that I have something like a key missing, a key that I never use. I can see the one that I use every day, but the ones I never use, it was gone. But once again, nowhere close to screaming ghost or paranormal because, logic takes over. I'm thinking, well, I must have lost it, obviously,
Right.
during the moving process. However, something interesting happened. Tina starts coming to me saying, hey, have you seen my extra earring? Or, there's two earrings, right? So one is missing. Her bracelet, her jewelry, her necklace, little trinkets that she had. And once again, by us living in separate apartments before moving into this house, these are items that I did not know existed. I know Tina owned jewelry, but I didn't know the specifics of it. And I would have no reason to rummage through her jewelry, right? So she's coming to me, she's asking, she's telling me I could have sworn I had these items prior to moving in.
Now let's make it clear to everybody that you guys you have nothing to do with the paranormal, nothing, no involvement of any sort.
No, me and Tina are what you call we have no brush with the paranormal.
Right.
To my knowledge, I've never been knowingly into a haunted house. Neither has Tina. I've never played with a Ouija board. These things, as we were raised up by our parents to stay clear from. I had no interest in the paranormal. I'm an IT professional. I work. I like a good ghost story every now and then, particularly on Halloween night. I go see scary movies like everybody else, but they're not paranormal movies. They're just scary movies. So no, there was nothing that for somebody like an investigator to, and we were questioned by investigators question us like you did. What was our brush with the paranormal, if any? But to answer your question, no, there was not. So now Tina's got missing jewelry. My keys are missing, and just FYI, both are still missing to this day. The third thing we started notice missing, we noticed sort of together, was our silverware. Now, I'm a single guy when I met Tina, so I don't feel embarrassed to say that all I had in my kitchen drawer as a single man probably was 2 knives, 2 forks, 2 spoons. Okay? Tina had way more. She had about 50 of each, stainless steel, sterling, So when we moved into the house, we combined my little pile with her little pile. But that just makes the mystery even deeper because now we're noticing every time we reach for a fork or a knife, we have to search for one. And that's weird for 2 people living in a house to search for silverware when it's just them in the house. Mm-hmm. And we did, and come dinner time, lunchtime or something, we was like, man, I swear I had more silverware than this. Or, Tina was sort of laughingly accused me of, hey, are you throwing my silverware away when you clean your plate? Are you mistakenly putting them in the trash? I'm like, no. And we're both looking in the dishwasher for, well, maybe they're in the dishwasher, maybe, and then, no, but they're not adding up. So that's very interesting. So missing silverware, missing Tina's jewelry, and missing my car file. This was all within six weeks of living in the Bothell house.
Wow.
The day of realization, what I call the moment of truth, which every person who experiences, we can just say poltergeist or malevolent activity, goes through this phase. The activity is different for every individual, but it's called the moment of truth, what I coined in my book, because this is when you can put all sort of doubts aside and you come to the realization that your house is haunted. Something nefarious is definitely going on. Okay? Not necessarily evil yet,
Right.
but something's up. And that was the day me and Tina, it's a weeknight. We're watching TV together downstairs, watching Netflix, a movie. And we're just sitting shoulder to shoulder, side by side. This is a normal afternoon, and I remember when Tina moved in, she moved in 2 weeks after I did. She bought in this tall plant. It's about 4 foot tall plant, tall. And she set it near the entertainment center. So it's standing next to the entertainment center, which we're watching. We're watching TV. And we're just watching TV. And out of the blue, without a warning, without a clue, the plant darts up in the air. Darts up off the ground, does a 360-degree spin relatively fast, and then falls forward in front of us, falls at our feet. We saw it at the same time because we were looking at TV at the same time. Once again, I look at Tina, she look at me, and we're like, did that just happen? I was so glad Tina was in the room with me, and I'm pretty sure she was glad I was in the room with her, because how do you repeat that story when the other person's not there? How do you hey, Tina, this plant just levitated, and your significant other is going to be like, please stop playing. Plants don't fly. Plants don't levitate. Right. But we saw it together. And we leaped, most people who I talked to, man, I would have ran out the house right then and now. That's when I would put the house on the market. No, slow down. The plant fell toward us, and this is that realization I was talking about of we at that time, before we realized the house was haunted, thought we were being pranked, because we walked toward the plant. We didn't run from it. We walked towards it, and we're looking for a remote control device, strings, wire, because had it been a practical joke, because we're in that era now, reality TV where people move homes and people play jokes on each other and record their reaction. Had it been a practical joke, it would have been a neat trick. So me being a technical guy, I was curious, I wonder how they did that. How would you do that? Because there's no wires dangling, there's no lights coming from the tree, from the plant. So we're rummaging through the leaves. Me and Tina are looking for a remote control device, wire, fishing line, things of that nature. And the longer we rummage through it, the more we're like, we're not finding anything.
Right, because your first thing isn't going to be, it's paranormal. So I mean, exactly, a normal reaction.
So, because it's important for everybody who's watching tonight to understand. Keith and Tina are not leaping toward the paranormal. We're being introduced to the paranormal, but we're not leaping towards it, okay? This is a gradual thing the poltergeist brings you into. So when we realize we set the plant back up and there's no wire, nobody's coming out the closet saying, aha, you're on candy camera or anything like that, Tina looks at me, I look at her, and we're like, I think our house is haunted. I think we got a kid ghost. Now, the reason why we always early on thought it was a kid ghost, because that night we realized, the kid cough. Aha.
Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Kid cough. Yeah. Got it. This. Now, to be sure, we're in the age, if you have a question, right, you can do two things. Ask Alexa or ask Google. Back then, there was no Alexa. There was no speaker you talk to in your home.
Right.
With Google. So we went up to my office and we're like, let's go to Google and, how do you know if your house is haunted? So we typed that in Google. How do you know if your house is haunted? ? Enter. And the answers start popping up with paranormal websites. That's our first introduction to the paranormal, was the paranormal websites. And they were pretty right on. To their credit, most of the websites had the top 5, the top 10 things you can do or tell if your house is haunted. We were passing those top 10 with flying colors. Number 1, kid cough, missing items, phantom footsteps, items that go missing are jewelry, car keys. A lot of websites said silverware.
Yeah.
And we were like, whoa. One few said, voices, pitter-patter noises. And we were having all those things. We were disavowing them, ignoring them. But the thing that I think that was number 9 or 10 on that list was items that appear that neither one of you own.
Yeah.
Now, soon after that incident, or during that incident, or within that same time frame, give or take a day or a week or two, we would wake up and find kid toys spread throughout the house. You go to bed, you wake up in the morning, you go to work. It's a 2-story home, so I'm going downstairs to make some coffee, and there on the staircase are these kid toys. Now they're not Tonka trucks or things that big. They're trinket toys. They're toys like Hot Wheel cars, doll, little girls' jewelry. Not Tina's jewelry, but jewelry nonetheless.
Now, are these newer toys or older toys?
These are old. These are good questions. These are much older toys, much older than the house. I would say these toys are from the 80s, based on the age, but based on how they look and the condition they were in. And you just find them. They're in your immediate path. They're not somewhere on the side or hitting under a crevice or anything. It's like they were purposely put there because somebody wants you to see them. And we did. We saw them. We thought we were going back to the prank thing again. Right. Somebody's in our home while we're asleep. Let's rechange the locks. Let's install some more security systems. But no, none of that worked. These kid toys still kept appearing. And we kept the kitchen. There was a drawer in the kitchen specifically for items that we found that neither one of us owned.
Wow.
The way the plant levitated, and we saw on the website of items, you're finding items that neither one of you own. These are indicators that your house might be haunted. Now, the conclusion that we reached prematurely, or just because we're new to the paranormal, was it's a kid ghost. Okay?
Right.
We're going back to the kid cough. The toys or things we're finding are kid related. Kids, be it ghost or human being or whatever, like to take things, right? I was a kid once. I took little trinkets from my parents. So, okay, now what do we do? The advice given on the website was, well, if it happens, sometimes a spirit, be it a kid or whatever, will wander into your home, or somebody died or was sick. What you want to do is you want to talk very gingerly, be, fatherly or motherly. Number one, you want to ask it questions. Don't want to be forceful. Just want to be asked like, hey, why are you here? What do you want? Kindly go into the light. This is our house. It's peaceful. We belong here now. If you're lost, kindly go into the light. And none of that worked, because after the plant levitated that night, the next night became the loud bangs. Boom, boom, boom. Now, how this would unfold, Kim, is we're eating dinner. It's Monday or Tuesday, we're eating dinner, talking about our day at work. Or I'm upstairs in my office, Tina's watching TV either upstairs or downstairs. We're just living, right? And out of the blue, boom, boom, boom. like somebody's doing construction, not on your house, but from the inside
And
of the
yeah.
house. Because
Now,
the
quick
noise-
question. Saber wants to know, what year was the house built?
The house was built in 2005. We moved in 2012.
So it's a new home.
So it's a virtual spit new home. It's brand new.
Mm-hmm.
So the first few times this loud bang happened, it was always 3 bang. Boom, boom, boom. And it came in a series of 3. So the career lasted, there was 3 careers in it. Now, I would come out of my room looking like this. Tina would come out of her room. Neither one of us know we didn't do the bang. That's not even a question. We're more interested in, where did that bang come from? And I kid you not, it sounds like, I don't know if it is, but it sounds like it's coming from the very foundation of the house. You know that when you see a house being built, you see the skeleton wood go up, and you're like the frame.
Yeah.
It sounded like 2 giant 4x4s, are being hit together. And then you add in that muffled sound, because now the house has walls, right? It has walls on top of walls, sheetrock on top of sheetrock, and all that stuff. So therefore, it's got the little loud bang muffled feeling sound. But it's loud. It will thunder the whole house. The whole house will shake.
Made you jump.
But you can't pinpoint exactly where the noise is coming from. So that started happening every night. And then once again, we're not thinking that's malevolent. It's interesting. It's potentially unnerving. I wish it would stop, but it's okay. All right. The kid ghost. We didn't name it yet. I'm glad we didn't, but we were like, okay, stop it. Don't do that. We're talking to the ether or the air and looking in every direction. We live here now. Go into the light, and then as soon as we said that, boom, 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 and we're like, oh, that's not the reaction that we were told would happen, but okay. And then the advice given on the internet was, it takes time. These things will eventually get the message. They get bored, and it takes time. So we were trying to stay positive in that sense. Okay. Then, a few nights after that, everything I've told you so far always happened before we went to bed. Now things are going to start to happen right when we go to bed. So we're laying in our bed, right? We're laying, and we're not fully asleep yet. And things would go flying. And by flying, I mean your ironing board, your iron. Most people like me, we leave those things out. They're not put up in a closet somewhere. They're just in a corner of the room, and they're easy to access in the morning. However, we had to stop doing that, because now we're going to sleep, and it's not fun to be awakened by a flying ironing board.
No.
It's not fun to be awakened by a flying iron. Everybody know iron. Those things are heavy.
Yep.
And they're heavier when they're projectiles.
Yeah.
Now, early on, the items are not being thrown in our vicinity, which is good, but that's going to change.
Right.
They're just being thrown from one corner of the room to the other, just enough to scare us, to wake us up, to go see what it is, and scratch our heads and be like, wow, that's a pretty powerful kid ghost to be throwing irons and ironing boards, to put doubt in our mind of, is it a kid ghost?
Right.
So there's that. Now, every night when we come home from work, it's everything I've just told you, with something new being added, typically the 3rd or 4th day. So loud bangs, lights flickering off and on. You leave a room for, a glass of water. You come back and the lights are off, or your TV's off, or vice versa. TV is off, now it's on. Channels change by themselves, or books be thrown off the bookshelf. There was we had bookshelves in the hallway, the infamous hallway, and the books would be thrown off. I had all my IT, but that was my mini library at the time. Before I started putting Bibles up there, I had my IT books, and I'd be in my office, and I hear this commotion. Tina hears it downstairs, and all my books are on the floor. And once again, I'm telling hey, ghost, stop it. That's not nice. Go into the light.
So at this point, you were not ignoring the things happening in your house, items being thrown, the lights. You were acknowledging every time there was activity, correct?
Yes, the advice given was when an activity, aka disruption, tell them to be quiet. Don't be mean. Don't say shut up.
Right.
Tell them, hey, it's not nice throwing things. If you're gonna live here, don't do that. You talk to like a child in the grocery store when they're crying, right? Hey, and none of that's working. Now, me and Tina, it's very interesting because there's going to be a mental change relatively quickly, because me and Tina are about to transform from thinking it's a kid ghost to something nefarious, and I'll tell you how that is. So, one night we were going to bed, and we were sleeping, and we were asleep, and it was about 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning, and we were praying, hey, please no iron boards go flying, please no nothing go flying tonight. But Tina was asleep, I was asleep, but the ceiling fan was on, and it started squeaking real loud. I'm like, squeak, squeak, squeak. It had been on all night, but all of a sudden now it wants to squeak loud. And I got up because I couldn't sleep because of the noise, and turned on the light and was looking at it. And Tina, having seen me get out of bed and turn on the light on, woke up and was watching me. Now, I don't know what I'm doing with this ceiling fan except why is it squeaking, And as we're looking at the ceiling fan together in the bed, I'm standing in the bed, Tina's sitting up. The bedroom door,
oh dear Lord,
closes on its own. Now, we've all been in houses where the wind can close the door, right? We've all seen that.
Yep.
Or we've all seen where the wind can close the door just gradually, but not all the way. It's like a little slit there.
Yep.
We've all been. This is not that type of close. This type of close was the closing of the door as if somebody reached into the room, closed the door, and snapped it shut. The wind does not snap a door shut. It slams the door shut, but it does not snap one, meaning that lock, the little lock deal,
right,
does go into the groove on this side, because your hand does that. When you close the door and you get that little pause, and then you go a little inch or a centimeter, and then you hear that snap. That's how you know a door is securely closed.
Right.
That's what happened that night or that morning. And Tina and I were looking at the ceiling fan, and we heard the snap, and we looked toward the door, and the door was closed. Now, I saw it because I'm looking at the ceiling fan, and I can see down. Tina's looking at me the whole time, so I saw the manner in which it closed. And, nobody's in the door. Nobody's standing in the doorway. But the manner in which it closed was like somebody reached in and closed the door. Now, it's going to get worse a few nights after that, because a few nights after that, and I talk about this in my book, it seems, according, and this is my opinion, and based on what we saw and lived through, it seemed that the spirits in that house, aka poltergeist, whatever you want to call them, were getting I say frustrated. We're getting fed up with Keith and Tina not taking them seriously. So me and Tina we're lighthearted individuals. Correct. Yes, everything, this stuff is weird. It's interesting from an IT perspective, from an analytical perspective. I'm fascinated by it. I'm not frightened by it. Tina's, it's kind of weird. It's kind of off-putting, but she's not frightened by it. It's like, okay, we're all asking ourselves, okay, where is this going? Okay, where is this going? What's the big deal about to happen? We're thinking that the night we were laying in bed, we're talking about our day, talking about dinner, our family and friends. We're just lollygagging. We're just pillow talking, right? The door is open again. And me and Tina are talking about the paranormal stuff. We're like, oh man, that's funny, that's stupid, and kid cough and da 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 da, and ha ha ha, and laughing. We're just trying to bring levity to it because we don't know where this is going. If this stays like this, it wouldn't be so bad to have a squatter in the house. It wouldn't be so bad, right? We have a story to tell. So we're laughing and lollygagging, and all of a sudden that door just goes, shoom, and slam shut. And me and Tina's eyes got big, like, whoa. It slammed the door. Me, I've slammed many doors in my life. I've tried to slam that exact same door that night. I couldn't slam that door that hard. Even with me holding the doorknob, I could not slam the door that hard.
Now, let me ask you a question. Saber wanted to know, any time up until now, had you seen any shadows or dark figures in mirrors or out of the corner of your eyes?
Not yet. That's coming. That's coming. Not yet. Not yet. But when that door slammed, I remember telling Tina that night after it slammed, I think we need to stop saying this is a kid ghost, because I don't think this is a kid ghost. And from the way that door slammed and for what we were doing prior to it slammed, they just told us, I'm using the word they, there's a reason why. They just told us that we need to start taking them seriously. It's about to get real here on out. And that was the message that was conveyed by that door slam. And boy, was they not lying.
Now, how long have you been in the house since that, from when you moved in to now?
This is about 3 months into the house.
Okay. Now,
3 months into the house. Yeah.
Sally, I promise you will find out very soon about previous owners. So I know at one time y'all were debating on whether or not you should have a housewarming party.
That's about to come up, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we're now 3 months into the house, and we still have not had our housewarming party. We both have one. Our friends were asking us over and over, when are we going to have one? There's only 2 people that know of our AKA ghost problem. My best friend and Tina's best friend.
Right.
We haven't really shared with most people what's going on in the house. But we told our best friends. Me and Tina made the decision, let's have a housewarming party and let's hope for the best. We've not had any company. We've not had really guests to speak of. We were wishful thinking. I doubt the activity will happen with people present. That's what we're hoping. We want the house, but we had rules and we had protocols that we had agreed to should things happen. Well, we had the housewarming party like 4 months into living in the house. And we went over each other's invite list. It would be, I think it was 12 people total, 12 or 14 people total, our closest friends, including our best friends who knew of the house being haunted. Mm-hmm. So everybody came. It's a lovely afternoon, summer, lovely night. 2 things interesting about that night. Number 1, every woman in the house would come up to Tina and say, something just pulled my hair. every woman, every female, friends of Tina or friends of mine. Remember, some of these female friends are my friends. They're just
Right.
spouses of my friends. Will come up to Tina and say, something just shoulder bumped me. And every now and then I would be in earshot of hearing that, and I would look at Tina and she would look at me. And when we get big out, we're like, okay. One person says you that, every female was telling her that, okay? The men and some of the women were telling me, Keith, your front door is open again. And I would go close the front door. People would see me close the front door. And they would be like, Keith, your front door is open again. Or the doorbell would ring, ding dong. I go to the front door. Now, all the guests are here.
Right.
Okay. But hey, maybe a neighbor, somebody in the neighborhood wants to say hi, or maybe we're too loud or whatever. So I hopscotch to the door. Nobody's there. Close it. Doorbell rings again. Sometimes my friends who are closer to the door than I am, because I'm cooking, I'm barbecuing, will go to the door and nobody's there. Sometimes when my guests were arriving, they would arrive to the front door. I would let them in. And, you know, like most parties, people need help carrying stuff in. So I would go to the car and help bring the ice cooler in, the ice chest, or whatever they brought. And they would walk into the house. By the time I got to the house, the front door was closed and it was locked. So I would ring the doorbell and knock on the door. Tina would open up the door, or my friend, and be like, Keith, why do you keep locking yourself out the house? Now, that happened on the front door and that happened on the back sliding door. Now, the interesting thing about the sliding door, as we all know, if you have a sliding door, you know, once you lock a sliding door, you can't go outside, right? That's the purpose of being locked.
Right.
So you cannot lock a sliding door from the outside.
Right.
I would go outside to bring meat in from the patio. I would go through the sliding door. Nobody would go with me. I'm just bringing meat from outside to inside. I would leave the sliding door obviously unlocked as I'm coming back. When I came back, the sliding door is locked. Now, none of my friends are locking me out of my own house. That's just not happening.
Right.
But they are letting me in because I'm having to hit the glass or flag Tina down through the glass, and she had to come unlock the door. And my friends are like, what is wrong with your door? Why does your door keep locking you out? And me and Tina would laugh it off internally because we knew what was going on in the house. This is the house of hell. This is the house of tricks. And then our friends who were very observant would say, well, you know, Keith, you clumsy. You keep locking yourself out the house. But they're not thinking, you can't lock yourself out of a sliding door house.
Right.
You can't.
It's that they got the little lever that you push up and down to lock it. So
lock it from the inside.
Right.
So you can't lock it. But you're partying and you're not really studying. They're not really studying what's going on.
Right.
Nobody's studying but me and Tina. Me and Tina would disappear for a few minutes and go upstairs and compare notes like, I can't believe this is happening. Tina, like, all the women are getting their hair pulled. All the women are getting shoulder bumped. And I'm like, I keep getting out of the house. I keep getting locked out. And then we're like, okay, let's just have this party and let's get everybody out of here.
Get out.
So we did. Party is over. Party is 2 a.m. now. Most people have left. The only people who are left now are Tina's best friend and Tina's best friend's mother who flew in town.
Now I have to ask, had any of your friends made the connection at any time of all the things that are happening?
No, nobody. The only people who were making the connection that night was Tina's friend.
Right.
She's like, yeah, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird, and that's it. But she stayed back in the story I'm about to tell now because now everybody's gone. Everybody just thought Keith is stupid. He's goofy. He's getting out of his own house. And the women just thought, hey, this is weird. I could swear something's pulling my hair, but maybe I'm drunk or whatever. Maybe whatever. So now everybody's gone. Just Kim, my son named Kim, and Kim's mother. Tina's in the kitchen loading up the dishwasher. I'm breathing a sigh of relief because the night is almost over. Kim is spread out on the couch playing with her iPhone. Her mother is sitting on the kitchen island on a bar stool. I think Kim or her mother said, Keith, I'm cold. Is it okay if you close one of the windows? So I'm proceeding to the den by the chimney, the window by the chimney, to close the window. And all of a sudden I see something zoom out the peripheral of my eye. And I hear this loud crash. And I knew what it was because it happened 2 or 3 times already in that house. But honest to God, Kim, I was praying to myself, I hope what just happened didn't happen. Because I saw it out the peripheral of my eye. Mm-hmm. If what I think just happened, Kim just saw it. And she did. Kim had front row seats because Kim was facing the direction of the front door. The plane flew from the living room from one wall, from the east wall to the west wall, right in front of us. Because Kim's phone is like this. And the plant went across like this. Kim saw it dead on the spot. And to make matters worse, Kim saw it break upon impact on the wall. I heard the crash. We all heard the crash. Kim saw the crash.
Oh, no.
I spun around, and Kim leaped off the couch and said, and I quote, "What was that?" And Tina comes from the dishwasher, looks at the debris on the wall, the dirt and all that stuff on the wall, and the broken pottery on the floor, and looks at Kim and says, "Girl, I told you our house was haunted." And Kim was like, "Yeah, you did, but you didn't tell me it was haunted like that." And that's the realization of seeing is believing, because Kim saw it. You know, we've already experienced it. Kim's mother heard it. She saw the after effects of it. And now me and Tina are like, uh-oh, the cat's out the bag now. It's this, okay. It's 2:00 in the morning, and this thing is still showing out. So Kim, not scared per se, listened to our story from start to finish, because now we got to retell it to her again, even though we've told her 10 million times.
Right.
And she's like, and her mother, being from the South, being from New Orleans, who grew up in New Orleans, says, yeah, you guys have spirits in your home. You have spirits. You guys have, some unrestful spirits, and you're going to have to walk them out, talk them out of here. And she said, let me help you. And as she's trying to give me and Tina advice, Kim pulls out her cell phone again and points it toward the ceiling and turns on the voice recorder app or something, or the video cam, and starts saying, "Why are you here? What do you want?" I took Kim to stop. I said, "Kim, don't do that. Don't do that. Stop doing that." Because every time we do that, objects fly and loud bangs begin to happen. And sure enough, as soon as she said that, boom, boom, boom. And her mother said, "Hey, Kim, stop. You're giving it attention, you're making it stronger. Stop." And she's like, What? I'm just trying to see what does it want? What do you want? Boom, boom, boom. And finally, her mother said, "Kim, just stop it." So she did. So her mother says, "Well, this is what we need to do. We need to pray. We need to pray." And she said, "What we're going to do is we're going to go into the room where the plant was thrown. We're all going to sit together. And Keith and Tina, this is your home. You guys are the custodials of this home. This is your home environment. I'm going to say a prayer. Kim, you're going to say a prayer. The prayer we're going to say is, number one, we're going to pray that these spirits leave. that they play nice, that they be nice, but that they leave. We're also going to pray for forgiveness and whatnot. We're going to say the Lord's Prayer, da-da-da-da-da. Keith and Tina, y'all need to say a more sincere prayer. Say the Lord's Prayer, but also be apologetic, sincere, and ask these spirits to kindly leave. Say they're not welcome. This is your house now. You're asking them to leave in Jesus' name. Y'all have to be sincere and you have to be steadfast when y'all say this. And we're all going to say a prayer together. So we're going to go. I'm going to go first. Kim, Tina, and Keith. And we did. We were all like in a circle holding hands, and we all said a prayer. And we bow our heads. When we get done praying, I was the last one. It was since you're the man in the house, Keith, you're going to say the last prayer. I said my prayer. We raised our heads up. Said, now we're going to hug each other, kiss each other, and we're going to rejoice. And it's going to be all good from here on out. All good. Okay. Now we're in the room what I told you where we heard the kid call. That's the living room closest to the door. We're maybe a few feet from the den and a few feet from the kitchen area where we were previously. Mm-hmm. We walked back into the kitchen area, okay? And everybody's mouths dropped open because every kitchen cabinet door is open. Every kitchen cupboard door is open. Closet door, wide open. Every last one of them, wide open. And me and Tina just looked at this because this was new. This is something we're not used to. This is okay. We're in there praying in the other room. Nobody heard a door. Nobody heard so much as a nook or cranny noise. And I remember I looked toward Kim's mother, who was leading the whole prayer ceremony, to see where her reaction was. And she had a genuine, true reaction, which was she was saying to me by the expression on her face, I've never seen anything like this in my life. You guys,
this is an oh crap situation.
This is a, and she was elderly. She grew up in New Orleans. She's seen stuff. She lived through stuff. She's like, she was stunned. She was speechless.
So everybody's jaws are hanging open now.
Everybody's jaws are hanging up because, number one, we were just a few feet from that room. We're all praying, bowing our heads in prayer, and we heard nothing.
Nothing. Yep.
Nothing. You can tell when somebody's going through your kitchen cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at Tina. Tina looked at me. And Kim and her mom left. There was nothing for them to really do except hug us again and be like, these things take time.
Yeah.
And that was that was called the housewarming party. Soon after that, I believe, was the first appearance of the Gray Lady, which was the apparition. Now, how that unfolded, but I want to go back to what one of the questions was, about previous tenants. The house was built in 2005. We moved in 2012. 5 families have lived in the house before us. That's including the homeowner. And I'll tell it later in detail, but was there a family living in the home that experienced activity? Yes, there was. But I'll explain that one when we get to that timeline. But the night, everything I've told you right now, in my mind and Tina's mind, as human beings, there's no face to it, right? There's no face to it. There's no, character or anything.
Personality, yes.
No personality. It's just you leave a room and come back, it's in disarray. You leave a room and come back, there's kid toys. You leave a kitchen and come back, there all the cabinet doors are open. You're not seeing anything. You're just seeing something. You're just seeing an object over here be moved over here, or an object over here float over here. So the night where we finally were able to put a face to it all. I'm not saying it was the face that was doing everything, but we now have a face. Was the night I was in my office upstairs, and I was working on my computer. And up until that point, the lights would always go off and on either in my office or the hallway or the master bedroom. The lights flickering, da-da-da-da-da. Or you come back to a room where you know you left the light on and it's off, or vice versa. This particular night, I was in my computer typing away, and the light was on, and I heard a click. You know, the sound a light switch makes.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I heard the clicking noise, the lights went off. Okay. And I turned toward the direction of the noise, which was the light switch.
Right.
Lucky for me, the hallway light was still on, because that helped me see it. I say it, because as soon as I turned toward that way, there's this lady, a woman, standing in my doorway. She's all gray. Okay. She's frail. I think I describe her in my book as being about 5'4", maybe 5'6", about 119, 21 pounds, if that. Thin spaghetti angel hair, shoulder length, jaw kind of sucked in, sharp cheekbones. Can't really make out of her clothing except to say it was a blouse or a dress, but she's all gray. Now, I like I said, going back to what I said at the beginning, I watch horror movies, ghost stories, and all that, and Hollywood always portrays them as, you know, they're translucent, they're see-through, they float, you know, they radiate light.
Right.
None of that I'm seeing.
Nope.
No. I'm seeing what I would describe, if she was not all gray, meaning from head to toe, I'm seeing a human being, because she's not translucent.
No.
She's not invisible. She's not transparent. She's full bodied. Okay. And she has weight on weight. By that, I mean, when she moves, you hear the pitter-patter.
You hear it. Yep.
So I'm standing at, now I don't really know what I'm looking at yet, because I'm more in awe and disbelief than realization, but there's a woman there. So I'm like, when I turn away, I thought it was Tina who turned off the light, because, you know, who else would it be? So I pushed away from my desk and I'm like, Tina, stop turning off. And I see this woman is not Tina. Now I don't know what I'm looking at, but I know it's not my girlfriend.
Now, is she looking at you? Does she acknowledge you?
She when I looked at her, she turned away from looking at me. So it was a nanosecond of eyes meeting. Not much, but about a nanosecond. Now, the interesting thing about what she did, because this is very interesting, and this is what the paranormal community needs to study, because I outlined this in my book, in all three of my books, because something interesting happened. When I turned around, she turned from this direction and she turned sideways, and she was trying to go through the door of the washroom. The washroom is to my left. If I'm sitting right here in my doorway, to the left of it, the immediate left, is the washroom, the washer and dryer in there. It's closed. She's trying to go through the door, like walk through it, but she can't. Now, I don't even know if this word exists, but she can't demanifest. She can't unmanifest. She can't. She can't negotiate going through the wall or through the door.
Right.
So instead, she turns and gives her back to me and darts off down the hall. You know, she tries this and that ain't working, and she darts off down the hall. And when she turns the corner, which is only about a few feet, I get up. Once again, I'm responding more out of instinct than rationale. I dart after, not knowing what I'm darting after, And when I turn the corner, it's gone. It's gone bye-bye. Okay? I continue walking until I turn right to get into our bedroom because I know Tina's been taking a bath for the last 30 minutes. Tina is taking a bubble bath. I walk into the bathroom and I said, Tina, I saw it. Tina sees the look on my face. She knows I seen something. I said, Tina, I saw it. She's like, saw what? I said, I saw it. I saw the thing that been haunting us. I said, it's a woman. And she's like, what? So I had to retell that story. And I was like, yeah, it's a woman. It was a woman. She turned off my lights. She was standing at the door. It's clear as day. It's clear as day. And she couldn't disappear in the washroom. She tried, but I think because I was looking at her, I didn't tell you, this is what my mind was telling myself. My looking at her interfered with her disappearing. Now, it always bugged me, and it still bugs me to this day, is she turned the light off on purpose. Okay?
Yeah.
She turned the light off on purpose because up until now, I know, and you know, and the paranormal community knows, spirits, we don't know how they do it, but they have the ability to turn lights off and on without needing a light switch. They just do that. Okay? Yep. This one, in my opinion, if it's the spirit or the main spirit in the house, maybe it's not, certainly knows how to manipulate lights without needing a switch. Therefore, she purposely did the light switch because she wanted me to see her.
Right.
She wanted me to see her. But what I still can't figure out is, well, if you wanted me to see you, you didn't have an exit strategy. You didn't have an exit plan because what are you going to do when I see you? Hey, Keith, my name is Ghost Number 2. How are you doing? What are you going to do? Instead, she tried to go through the washroom, but the washroom wouldn't have her. She could not go through that door. You know, and her being was like flickering in and out, you know, till she finally cut tail and disappeared around the hallway. Now, once she breaks the wall or turn the corner, I can't see her anymore. And obviously, when I turn the corner, she's gone. Okay, so that was very interesting, and I call her the Gray Lady because she was gray. She was 100% gray, and she was full body. So yeah,
it almost sounds like to me that she has exerted so much energy with the clicking of the light switch to get your attention, and the fact that she is so solid in form, that takes a tremendous amount.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm thinking for her to be able to go through that door, she has petered out her energy. She is, slowly getting drained, as you would say. And her best, when she realized that's not going to work, she was like, okay, I'm going to go this way, and boom.
Yeah, you're right. I think there's an energy component because when she turned off the light, and you're right, to appear full-bodied in that manner, and on top of that, execute a physical activity of turning off a light, yeah, it probably does require a lot of, for lack of better word, energy on their part. Mm-hmm. And to add it, to make it even worse, is me quickly looking at her. Mm-hmm. Therefore, she's not about to, or maybe I would say she, because she's not in control. It doesn't look like she was in control of everything in that scenario. It's like the physics of the science that governs her, that governs me, or governs all of us, mm-hmm. was not going to allow her to disappear through a wall with me looking, if that makes sense.
Right.
She was having trouble, and the look on her face that she could not negotiate that wall confirms to me, she can't go through that wall. It would be like me robbing a bank, right?
Right.
I rob a bank. I run out the bank. My getaway car is parked in front of the bank. I get in my car, and it won't start. you see the look on my face like, wait a minute. I just put it, why is this card out? I need to get out of here now. I just
Right.
And so she's thinking like, oh, now I can't disappear behind a wall. Like, oh, now's the time I can't do that because he's looking at me, you know. So then it's well, I bet, cut tail and run, cut tail and run, and she did. And then, of course, obviously, she's not on the other side of the wall when I got up and chased her or went after her. She's not going to be on the other side of that wall because we don't have eye contact. I can't see her anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So that was so everything I've just told you. Everything I've just said was primarily spring, summer, fall of 2012. Now it's just copy, edit, paste again. All the activity I've just showed you of objects being thrown. I'm going to end 2012 with the first Bible to catch fire. It didn't catch fire in 2012, but it went missing in 2012 because it's very important what happened with all the Bibles, or what this case is known for, which was the wall writings and the 3 Bibles that caught fire.
So I've actually got a picture of your kitchen and one of here's one of the Bibles. Now, you've got to understand something. There's not any ash like you would see if a Bible had caught on fire. It looks like it starts on the edge and just slowly creeps in like a burn, not a fire. Right,
exactly. So, I mean, that
and
Bible,
the whole Bible is not like that. It's just a section of it.
So that's the 3rd Bible that caught fire, 2014. This is it right here. This is the Bible right here. Same Bible.
Wow. So you can see not all of it is burned. It's just a portion of it.
I would say about 45 to 60 odd pages of it. But the manner in which it caught fire, that's in the 3rd book. Poltergeist, the Night Side of Physics. But okay, so I want to talk about the Bibles because it was some controversy related to the burnt Bibles and the wall writings that made some people, skeptics, suggest hoaxing. But from a researcher's point of view, I think this is valuable information. So we're talking about Kim, Tina's best friend. I'm going to talk about Justin, my best friend. So weeks leading up to all this activity I've just told you about, listeners, I want y'all to just think, objects are being thrown, large, medium, small. Items are disappearing. Items are appearing that neither one of us own. Doors are being slammed. Tina no longer will stay in the house by herself. When I travel out on business, fly away for work, Tina stays with Kim. She does not want to stay in the house by herself, understandably. This time, one moment, or one night, 1 week, Tina had to travel out on business. She had to go out of town on business. And it was just me in the home. Now, we've had a lot of things be thrown. This Bible, the other Bible, are being thrown off the bookshelves. One of the advice being given, no longer on the website. We've passed the website of giving us advice. We're talking to churches in the neighborhood. Churches have come and visit the house. The house has been blessed twice. Oil, prayer, things of that nature. Every room has been blessed. The doorway, the church or the clergy, everybody we talk to are telling us we need to display our religious beliefs openly. Okay, where everybody's up to thinking this is a malevolent side. This is something malevolent going on here. So therefore, we got to crank it up a little bit. So Keith, if you got Bibles, if you're a Christian, you got crosses, now's the time to start hanging them on your wall. Now's the time to start leaving Bibles open on your coffee table, your lamp table. And I did. So one of the advices from my coworker was, have you tried smudging? Have you tried saging the house? And once again, due to the paranormal, Didn't know what that was. Where do I find sage or smudge sticks or whatever in Seattle? She's like, well, you go to this botanical gardens over there on the west side of town. And I went, but I had to talk to the people who work there because I know nothing about saging. But I bought a whole bag. I bought a big grocery bag. I cleaned them out that night. So Tina was out of town, and I come in the front door of my house with this big bag of sage sticks. And I sit it down on the kitchen table. I'm calling Justin. I'm like, hey, man, I'm about to use sage sticks. I'm about to smudge tonight. Tina's not here. I got the house to myself. Be a good night to try to. Kim, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I'm a kid playing with a firecracker who don't even know how to light a match. Okay? I'm dangerous. Okay, and to the spirits that are watching, that's all they need. Okay, because I know they're not only are they probably cracking up at me, they're like, oh man, we got him good. We got him good. It's not even fair anymore. Okay, so I called my friend Justin. I said, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go upstairs. I printed out these instructions off the internet. I'm going to go from room to room. I'm going to smudge and, set off a few fire alarms, and which I did, and burn my own carpet with the ash falling on the carpet. I didn't have a plate or ashtray.
Oh, no.
So like I said, Tina's going to kill me when she comes home because I got little burnt marks in the nice carpet we have. So the house smells like sage. So I get upstairs. I'm going to start. This much I did know. Start from the farthest room. I say, go to the master bedroom. I start there. Now, how our house is designed, it's upstairs and downstairs. If you come out of the master bedroom, you're on what is called a landing. Mm-hmm. And on the landing leads to the staircase. There's a rail. From the landing, if you look over it, you can see the bottom of the downstairs, at least the front door in the living room. You can see all that from the upstairs.
Right.
So I'm smudging. I come out of the master bedroom, smudging. Don't know what I'm doing. I get to the landing, and the front door opens wide and slams shut. That's all it did. That's all it did. Opens wide and slams shut on its own. And I saw it because I'm standing on the landing. Now, once again, I don't know what made me do this because there's nobody there, okay? So I run down the steps, run to the front door, open it, run out of my house, and run down the driveway looking for somebody. Now I know I just saw a door open and slam by itself. I know that nobody's there. So I get to the edge of my curb by my car, and I'm looking this way, and I know I'm not expecting it. I'm not looking for a burglar or a home intruder, a prank kid, but I share that because I want your listeners to know the instincts of a human being when they're going through a haunted house. You want to try to grab onto anything obvious because what you grab onto is just too unreal to believe.
Yep.
Okay, but I retreat back into my house kind of sheepishly, like, oh, okay, so the sage is working. That was a reaction. Okay, so I start saging again, and I fill my own house up with smoke. I mean, it looked like I was having a Bob Marley party. It was just smoke coming out of everywhere. But I'm thinking that's good. More smoke, the better. I'm gonna fix them. I'm gonna get them spirits. Yeah, choke on this, choke on that, eat that sage, da. Not knowing that I'm digging my own grave.
Now, Sabra wants to know, when you saged the house, did you leave a front door open, including a screen door? Right.
No, like I said, I don't know what I'm doing. I know now because I researched now. You want to open up all the windows. You want to open up as many doors as possible because get it, go. But no, everything is closed. I'm not, because like I said, I'm new at this,
Right.
the advice given, there should be a disclaimer at the bottom of every advice given. So if you have a paranormal website and you give advice, please put a disclaimer on there Do not try this at home. This is for professionals. Or
Thank you.
put something on there. Like there's a disclaimer when you take Tylenol or Bayer aspirin or anything. There's always a disclaimer there. So I don't know what I'm doing. I'm choking on my own smoke. I called Justin and said, "Hey, I just finished saging." He said, "Okay." I put him on speaker. He said, "Well, now we're going to pray on the phone together." And he said, "I want you to get the Bible from the upstairs hallway and put it in the living room under the lamp table." Why? I forgot. He said, "I want you to put it on there. I want you to open it." I think it was Psalms or Proverbs, one or the other. And we're going to pray. And we pray. We did the Lord's Prayer over the phone. I said, "I want you to pray and go to bed." So we prayed over the phone. I opened the Bible, put it on the lamp table by the front door or the living room. And I retreat upstairs, turn all the lights off, turn on the ADT security alarm. Told Tina what I did over the phone. "Hey, Tina, Bible's out. I say good night, love you, bye." I go to bed, go to sleep. The next morning I wake up, work day, normal work day. I get up. I don't know what made me do this, but it was just curiosity. I got out of bed, walked in my double door master bedroom, walked to the landing, looked over the rail. The Bible is gone. Gone. Bible gone. Okay. Just me in the house. ADT security system is still unarmed. House still smells like sage for a while. When Tina got home that night, she said she could smell it halfway coming down the street. In the garage, she was not happy. But Bible's gone. Bible's gone. Now, this is 2012, ladies and gentlemen. This is fall, late summer, early fall 2012. The Bible is gone. Not the Bible that you just showed and I just showed, because that was the third Bible. The Bible that was on Ghost Adventures, it was that Bible. That was 2012. Toward the end of 2012, November, December, Kim, listeners, the activity came to an abrupt stop. Everything. No more activity, no more loud bangs, no more footsteps, no more electrical issues, no more missing stuff, no more old kitchen cabinet doors, no more pitter patter, no more door slams while Tina's taking a bath or a shower, no more iron board being thrown, no more books being thrown. The first Bible is still missing. Now, we go through November, December, all of 2013, and this is very important, with no activity. No activity. We thought that, they left. I didn't think we won. I'm not trying to spike the football in the end zone. I'm just like, hey, it stopped. When you're living in a haunted house, you count the days, of no activity. It's like, I don't know if you've ever been in, OSHA. You go to a warehouse or something, they got that plastic thing on the wall. 20 days without a work accident,
Right.
We had in our heads that in our minds, 20 days without paranormal activity. 3 months.
As Selena says, I hope y'all were preparing yourselves.
Yeah, 3 months without paranormal activity. And finally, you get down to like 13, 14 months of no activity. You're like, yeah, okay. Maybe about the 6th month of no activity. You're like, oh, they're gone. Now, I'm saying that right now because I don't believe that. One of the things me and Tina always disagreed about that house was in 2013, when the activity came to an abrupt stop, I told Tina, and I would whisper to her why, I don't know, I don't think they left. I think they're still here. And Tina would be like, let's not wish it back, okay? Let's just, let's just enjoy the house. Forget about it. We don't talk about it. It's like Fight Club. Nobody talks about Fight Club. And, if they left, fine. We don't need to know, because that's that IT in me. I want to know, well, why did they leave? What did we do that finally made them get the message? Because the activity tapered off and then came to an abrupt stop. But okay, it's all 2013. Nothing major. Bible's not back. My car keys have not come back. Your jury, silverware, none of those things ever came back. But okay, it stopped. So we were like sort of breathing a sigh of relief of, I think the house is now livable. You know, right when we were about to throw in the white towel of enough is enough, they stopped. I don't think that's why they stopped, but we're getting there mentally. Okay, January 2nd, 2014. I was in my office upstairs. Well, before I say that, and some of y'all know this, you probably too, Kim. One of the advices on the websites was, hey, these things will get tired over time. They will leave. It takes time. There's no rhyme or reason as to, you know, when or the duration. You know, it's different per house. You know, so they will leave. You're lucky, and this is what the website was saying, some of them, you're lucky if they never come back. And I thought that was it. Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean we're lucky never? And it said it in very bold letters, the websites, when they come back, they're always worse. and that was very haunting to read that, because up until now, me and Tina could not imagine it being any worse. You're like, wait, I can't imagine it being worse than what we've already lived through. And the website, well, if they come back, it's always worse. But okay, we're not going to think negative. We're just going to live our lives in our home and hope for the best. January 2nd, 2014 came. I was in my office. I was going downstairs, walked through my office through the landing, going downstairs. I was getting a refill, a glass of water refill. And I slipped. I got to the second portion of the staircase, the second landing, and bit the dust. Boom! I think about 12 steps. Fell hard. It was a bad fall. Tina was cooking, I think, spaghetti in the kitchen. The fall was over before it began. I remember laying on my back, almost like a pretzel, looking up at the ceiling, and I knew it was a bad fall. I said, whoa, this is a bad fall, but I'm alive. Let me wiggle some toes and see what's broken and what's not broken. Okay. Toes are wiggling, fingers are wiggling. My right knee is acting kind of weird. I called Tina. Tina came running over there. Oh my gosh, you fell. Oh my gosh. Help me up. Help me back upstairs to the office. My right knee is about the size of a bowling ball, my right knee. And fast forward that, we had to call 911. We realized, the fire department, when they arrived, that I had broken my right patella tendon, meaning my kneecap was detached. My kneecap was in my thigh. The fireman looked at my knee and was like, dude, your knee is in your thigh. And he's like, when we got to get you, you got to go to the ER. This is. He said, let me tell you, I had this years ago when I went skiing. When you stand up, because we got to stand you up, it's going to hurt. And he was not lying. It was a pain like no other, because your muscles are like rubber bands and they're spasming like crazy. It's like the worst Charlie horse times 20 in your thigh. You know, all that muscle mass, spaghetti now. It's just, oh my God. But that's the least of my problems. Okay.
Right.
So go to the ER, they put me in a cast, and a week later I had surgery to reattach the kneecap. I am now homebound. I am now having to go to 6 weeks of what is called physical therapy, healing. I am homebound. Tina goes to work. I work from home. And I am restricted to the upstairs only while Tina is away. We don't want me hopping around on crutches in a 2-story home while Tina's not present. Not because of the ghost, but because it's not practical. So I'm at home all day. This is February now, late January, early February. And, I got my laptop and remote control and stuff, but I had surgery, so the pain is kind of immense. So they give me pain meds to make me sleepy. I started to notice as I'm coming out of sleep or during sleep or while I'm asleep, banging on my headboard. I hear it like right behind my head, and I'm looking up, and I'm like, and I'm like, okay, maybe I dreamed that. Okay, maybe that was a dream. Then some days, some mornings, as I'm coming out of my sleep, remember I'm upstairs. It sounds like somebody's rummaging through the kitchen. I'm hearing kitchen cabinet doors open and close. So I wake up and I'm thinking, oh, Tina's home. Tina, is that you? Tina, is that you? No response. And there's a lot of rummaging, moving of chairs and stuff. So I hop out of the bed, grab my crutch, and I'm not going downstairs. I'm just going to go to the landing. I'm going to go to the landing. Maybe some burglars don't know somebody's in this house. Maybe they came in and they're like, we're about to clean this place out, but they don't know there's a person upstairs. So I want to be able to, I'd rather not be standing up than laying in my bed by the time they come upstairs. So I get to the landing and I look around, Tina, the noise stops. Just stops. Okay, I make my way back to the bed, go back to sleep or listen again, the noise resumes. Tina comes home hours later, or I call her. No, I'm at work, Keith. Or she comes home, and I'm like, what was the condition of the kitchen when you got? Kitchen was fine. There's like, no doors open, nothing. No, everything's fine. That was pretty much all of February, all of late January, February.
Now, Jennifer wants to ask a question. Have you or Tina searched the attic or the crawl space for your missing items during this time of, or what we would call a cooling off time?
The attic, yes. Not the crawl space because this house is weird how it's built. It doesn't have a basement, but it sits up on these. There's a 2-foot crawl space underneath the house for the ventilation, for the big heater tube or hose.
Right.
But it's not nothing that you would, I got extra storage space. Let me put something down here. No, it's not like that. The upstairs, being in the attic, it's not really an attic. There's a door, there's a cutout on the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
You put it down, but it's all, what do they call it, fiberglass, the pink stuff?
Yeah.
So it's all that. So you can't really walk up there.
Okay.
Or you go through your roof and break your neck. But I know where she's getting with that question, because we were told, and it's theorized. I don't know if it's if it's been proven, but it's theorized that when poltergeists or spirits, whatever, take these items, that there's a theory out there that they're in the cavity of the house. They're behind the wall,
right.
They're behind the ceiling, the crawl space, and all that. Because one of the advices given, by my brother, which I never carried out, was buy a sledgehammer and break open your walls and see if your stuff's behind there.
Oh my gosh.
No, man, no, I'm not doing that. He was serious, my brother. But so yeah, no, we never found our items. Are they behind there? I don't know. But so I'm hearing these noises while Tina's at work for pretty much all of February and March. I think it was sometime mid-March, early April. Me and Tina were asleep, and I woke up, and I just and Tina knows this about me. It's almost like a spider sense that I get of something nefarious is about to go down, because I woke up And I was like, the ceiling fan above us was squeaking. And every time that ceiling fan squeaked in 2012, things got thrown in our bedroom. Every time, never failed. This morning it was squeaking. But I got up and I felt like I was being watched. I had a feeling that all eyes are on me or all eyes are on us. The house felt heavy. And I let the Tina, she was asleep. So I remembered that Tina had some sage that she cooked with. This is not the sage that I brought from the store. This is sage she had brought from the vegetable section of a grocery store. And I remember, well, it's green sage. It's not that dehydrated sage, but it's sage. So with Tina sleeping, I went downstairs and took the green sage, put it on a saucer pan, and put it in the oven and let it cook till it got dehydrated, kind of, till it dried up. And then I put it on a saucer and lit it, and I went around the house, like, praying, because the house felt real heavy.
Yep.
And I remember Tina asked, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, nothing, honey, go sleep, nothing." I set the sage with it still burning off on the bookshelf in the hallway and crawled back into bed. And I said, I'm gonna let the sage burn itself out. I don't know how long we were asleep before we heard a loud bang, because it was loud, probably the loudest bang we've heard up until now in the house. And Tina darted up, I darted up. We ran in the hallway where the noise came from. And the armoire, there's an armoire, 350-pound armoire that sits in the hallway, or did, on the wall, that Tina kept our linen in. It held our linen, and it's now over there. It's got doing an Eiffel Tower in the wall. It's a big gash. Oh. And I remember when we moved that armoire in. I'm a big guy. I'm 6'5.5", about 250, 260 pounds. It was three of me who moved that armoire upstairs when we moved it into the house. And it was a pain. It was a pain to move that thing, because it's bulky. It's not too sectional.
Right.
It's bulky. It's taller than us, so we couldn't really get our fingers ever around it. And it was a pain. I remember Tina, we would sit it down. Tina's like, "Oh, no, I want it over here." And we're like, "Hey, you got to figure out where you want this thing, because this thing is heavy." And we finally set it down. I said, "We're not moving it anymore. It's going right here on this wall." Fast forward to that night. It's now on that wall. And I remember Tina saw that. We knew the bang. We knew what this meant. Tina, we didn't, out of all the activities we've seen and witnessed together, we always had a commentary afterwards. Oh, that's weird. That's scary. That's different. Oh, wow. Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? This was the first time we looked at each other and didn't say nothing, because we knew what this meant.
Right.
I knew more than she did when I read that thing of, when they come back, they're worse than before. I remember Tina saw the armoire on the other side of the hallway and turned around. She walked back into the bedroom and sat on the bed and just started crying. She just started bawling. And she was right, because they were back. Now, it's hard to overstate. I don't think I can overstate when I say, when they come back and they bring their friends.
They come back with a vengeance.
Right. And every night from that point on was everything that we've already experienced, what I told you in 2012, plus new stuff. Okay? Now there is no quarter, no place you can hide. We are here, Keith. We are here. yes, we're back. And we brought our friends. And it was so demoralized because I knew you just wait for that shoe to fall. Like,
Yeah.
I know they're back, but what's going to be the first or second shots fired? What's going to be the hoorah, because that was pretty big, that armoire. And every time we would sit it back upright, every night, boom, sit it up again, Keith. We can do this all day, We moved it to the guest bedroom. Boom, sit it up again, Keith. We can do this all day. So they're throwing the armoire around like it's confetti, Imagine anybody tonight, go take a shower, go take a bath tonight, and sing your favorite song while you're taking a bath or shower. In the midst of you singing your favorite song while you're taking a bath or shower, your bathroom door slams shut and the lights go off.
Oh, dear Lord. No.
In the middle of that, now it's pitch black. You don't know, is somebody in the room with me? Do I need to go? You got to turn that light on because they're not going to turn it on. Okay? They're not. You got to turn it on. And to make matters worse, the light is off in not only your bathroom, it's off in your bedroom. It's off in every room upstairs. And you're taking a shower or a bath. So number one, throw a towel on yourself, get some clothes on, try not to electrocute yourself because you're dripping wet, and you got to go turn on some electric stuff because every room, if you're on a 2-level house, every room the lights are off. And that's happening every night, to Tina, to me. Tina's taking a bath, I'm in my office, talking to paranormal teams or the church, trying to get a church over here fast, like 911, priests get over here now, and the computer goes dead. The computer reboots. Window is crashing. A large object comes hurling in the room while you're trying to email a priest or the church that was working with you a year and a half ago. The loud bangs, they're much louder. The loud bangs happen now while you're awake. They happen while you're asleep. That iron, we have to start hiding objects because they were becoming projectiles. So you can't leave things sitting out in the open anymore. Tina's plants, they're all dead. The plants have been thrown so many times, they're dead. The pottery is broken.
And you've got holes in your walls.
Holes in the walls, dirt, glass. The weekend, a few days after the armoire got thrown, was when that Bible I told you that went missing in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
It comes back. Now, how did the Bible come back? This is a few days after the armoire got thrown. So we're having all this activity. It was a crazy weekend. It was a Saturday. It was a Sunday of all this activity. I remember I woke up that Sunday and I was like, Tina, because it felt so heavy. I you need to prepare. Things about to jump off pretty quickly here. And you're going to call some churches. I'm going to go up online and try to find a paranormal team because I think something's about to happen. I don't know what's about to happen. I think something's about to happen. This is not a typical Sunday where you can watch Lifetime Channel and I can watch pro football. No, something's about to go down. So
you are getting a gut feeling right now that something is fixing to kick off in a major way.
Only because of the little sleep we got that night of things being thrown, the loud banging, the tapping, the door slams. They don't stop when the sun comes up or when the sun.
No. Mm-hmm.
So when we got up that morning, the house felt heavy, like the armoire got thrown.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be proactive, but I don't know what danger is. All I know is they're going to do something new that they've never done before. And that scares me because I don't know what that is. You don't know what they're going to do. You know, are they going to throw a toaster in the bathtub while you're taking a bath? You don't know what they're going to do. You know,
Right.
so as I'm looking for help on my computer, Tina's looking for help on the phone. We hear this loud crash, like crash. I run out of my office, and both my double doors have been ripped off the hinges. The double doors to our bedroom have been ripped off the hinges. There's a ceiling. There's a light fixture that dangles above the staircase, made out of porcelain glass. It hangs over the staircase in the house, and it explodes. It goes. I mean, glass shard go everywhere, and the door is gone. Our bedroom door is gone. Okay. Things are being thrown all over the master bedroom, the guest bedroom. The electrical issues. The lights are going off and on, and we're calling people. The house, and I said, Tina, the house is about to explode. I said, we're going to get out of here. We're going to get out of here. And I don't know what I did before we got out of there, but we finally got a hold of the paranormal team, who said, we're on our way. And that was the paranormal team that was featured on Ghost Adventures, who responded to our call. So they said, stay still, we're on our way. And they came a few hours later, and I remember when they pulled up to our driveway, me and Tina, when you go through the paranormal, it's a weird, for new people like me and Tina, it's weird, but it's also, you're vulnerable. How about that? You're vulnerable.
Right.
Because this paranormal team, I laugh at it now, but back then I was nervous, I was vulnerable, I was scared, I was embarrassed, because they pulled up in this paranormal van, and it says it on the van. It's like paranormal. It's just like we find ghosts and da 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 da, and I'm like, oh, my neighbors, oh man. Everybody knows our problem now. It's like, what is this big Ghostbuster thing on this van for? So, but all right, they're here to help, right? So, all right, let them in. And we let them in. And Jennifer, who was on the episode, was like, your house is humming. And we're like, what do you mean humming? What do you mean? He said, no, your house is humming. Like, step outside. We stepped outside, and she said, no, step back inside. And we stepped. That's been the first time we've been out the house all day. We stepped back inside, and there was a little hum you can hear. Like, if you put your ear to the wall, you can really hear it. It was like the whole house is a beehive. Little hum that you can hear. And they, went through the investigative troubleshooting of setting up the cameras and whatnot in every room, interviewing, asking questions. Anybody die in the house? Tell us about this kid cough. Da 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 da. Tell us about the land, your neighbors. Some of the team members interviewed the neighbors. Anybody who would jog or walk by or walk their dog, they would talk to them. But mainly, they were just, their mind was blown by the destruction. It looked like a tornado had went through our house, because there was a destruction everywhere. Wires were dangling from the ceiling, from the broken light fixtures. Our door was a mess. We were shaking like a fig leaf. And they caught some interesting phenomena while there. One of the cameras picked up a white mist coming from the floor right outside my office door. Right where the gray lady was standing was a white mist that appeared on the infrared video cam. We saw it in real time. They caught some weird EMF anomalies. I don't think they did any EVP Q&A or anything like that, but it was weird to them. But they said it was not over, in the sense of, we're here, we're going to stay on the case, we're obviously going to be back. Here's our business card, here's our phone number. But Jennifer said the last thing she does, before leaving the house, she's going to go through every room, and she's going to smudge She's going to do a little Native American ritual because she's part Native American. She's going to do a little Native American ritual to sort of calm these spirits down. And that's when her sage stick lit by itself. As soon as she put it out there, it self-ignited. And that was scary. That was interesting. And then they left. For to be a good or bad, should Keith and Tina have ever been left in that home the way it was that night? Probably not. Had I been a paranormal investigator, I would have kindly asked us, or motivated us to get a hotel because we haven't slept in days. Let's just let the house sit by itself for a while. And you guys get some overnight gear and stay in a hotel 2 days if you can. But no, that was not the advice given. But,
wow.
So me and Tina picking up the debris, did something stupid. We went to bed. We were relieved that somebody came and heard our distress call. When you're a paranormal sufferer like we were, you're just glad to have somebody to talk to. Somebody who thinks you're not crazy.
Yep.
Somebody who can just say, hey, it's going to be all right. Not necessarily mean that, but just tell me anyways, because we don't know.
See, that's what I try to really push to explain to people, that at this point you are at your wit's end. You're frustrated. You're scared. You're worn out. You have an injury. All kinds of stuff are going on. And you're terrified to reach out to friends and family and tell them, because you don't want them to think you've lost your mind. And you just want to know, am I going crazy? Is it the house? People don't understand that by the time people like you reach out, this is your last help me, please. Help me. Anybody, I don't care who, help.
Yeah, so it's like you're running into an ER from a serious car wreck and you're bleeding profusely. Help me! Don't ask me about how I got into this situation. Don't ask me about where was the car wreck, who was in there, how fast was you driving. No, help me! And it was good that they showed up because they were there for about 11 hours. And like I said, it was new. It's very new to us. And it's going to be very new to them too, especially when I tell you what happened. Because we went to bed. Hindsight being 2020, that's probably was not the best thing to do in that house. Mm-hmm. But we're tired, and that's one of the things poltergeists or spirits do is they wear you down mentally. And just like any time you wore down mentally, you don't make good judgment decisions. Mm-hmm. But we're tired, so we're sleeping upstairs. Jimmy rigged the doors to where they would close and give us some sort of protection from flying debris, even though I know in my mind that doesn't matter. Doors mean nothing to them. But oh well, I just tell my brain that, and maybe I'll get 4 hours of sleep versus 3. So we're sleeping, one eye open, trying to, and the fire alarm goes off. Now, we've never had that before. Remember I told you, I always want to introduce something new. Mm-hmm. And all of us know one of the worst fears for anybody is a fire in your home.
Yep.
What's worse than that is a fire in your home while you're sleeping. Because I wake up, our fire alarms are ringing. It's one of those type of fire alarms where one rings in 2 seconds, they're all going to ring. So they all are ringing. We're tired. We're not thinking good. We're thinking, because Tina tried to cook a little something for the paranormal team while they were here. We're thinking, did we leave something on? Oh my gosh, through this whole hysteria, we just shut down the kitchen all the way. Oh my God, we're going to burn our house down. this is what this has led us to believe. We're so tired. We're negligent in just basic home safety. So I jump out of bed. I hear the fire alarms. I'm frantic. But I look toward the front bedroom door, and I see flickering lights underneath the door, And I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, is the fire in the hallway? Is the fire outside our door? I'm like, oh man, this is really bad. So I'm like, Tina, hurry up. Oh, the fire is outside our door. This is a 2-story house. The only way out is through that door. So I open up the door, never did the whole, how they teach it, touch the door first, see if it's hot, never did that. But I opened up the door, and there on the floor is this book, and it's on fire. I mean, flame on. It's on fire. Burning like, the burning bush in the movie 10 Commandments, if y'all saw that movie. And out of instinct, I just take my foot and close it. I close the book. I don't know what book it is yet. I close the book, and ash and smoke and soot start shooting everywhere. And then I look, and I'm like, I'm rubbing my eyes because we just woke up. So I'm like, wait a minute. Is that the Bible? Is that? And Tina's like over my shoulder. And I'm like, is that? So I pick it up. I'm like, this is the Bible that was on the lampstand in 2012. This is the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
So that's Bible number 2. This is the first Bible that caught fire. This is that Bible I sat on the lampstand, prayed over after smudging with my friend Justin and went to bed. It's been missing for over a year. And I'm holding the Bible in my hand. I'm holding it, but I feel a bulge. I feel like, wait a minute. There's something in it. There's something in the Bible. So I open it, and there's this cross, this nearly incinerated cross, wooden cross. And I know that cross too. Now that cross, when the Bible went missing, I didn't own that cross yet. I bought that cross a few weeks ago off of Amazon from Jerusalem, or that's where it said it came from. And we hung it over our bed for protection. When I looked at the cross and I'm holding it, I recognized it instantly because I remember when it came by mail, I was like, oh, it looked bigger on the website. Then I'm like, oh, okay. But I put it over our bed, our headboard. Mm-hmm. Well, now it's in my hand and it's incinerated. And I go back to the headboard where we were just sleeping in the bed. The cross is gone. Of course it's gone. I'm holding it. But that cross was over our headboard before we went to bed. You can't miss it. You can't miss it. There's no way we went to bed and not notice that cross gone. So I'm holding the burnt Bible, burnt cross. And I remember I called Jennifer, the paranormal team. The next morning, I told them what had happened, and their minds were blown. She said, she said, I've been doing this 35 years in the Pacific Northwest. I've seen some stuff. I've never seen anything like that. And that's when me and Tina start calling the Catholic Church, because that's what Jennifer recommended, as well as some shamans that she was going to try to reach out to. Mm-hmm. But these people, they don't never respond on your first call, or third or fourth or fifth call. You really have to be diligent. The next weekend, because in between that was Sunday, so all that activity, and just think, Sunday through the next Sunday, once again, it's everything we've experienced in 2012 was something new. So remember that. I'm not omitting anything, because the baseline I want y'all to remember is everything that we experienced in 2012 was something new with each new story that I tell, because it's not like they stopped doing the other things. They just pile on. Okay? Yep. They just pile on. They add more. The next week, that Friday, we're still trying to get paranormal teams in churches and clergy. And like I said, after the Bible caught fire, another church came in, blessed the house, did a walkthrough, put oil in every doorway, ceiling, room, window. You know, we're doing a lot. Me and Tina trying to be diligent and everything. Nothing's working, obviously, but we're still trying. That Bible, crazy. It's incinerated. Now the Bible that you just showed is about to catch fire. And that's why there is a second Bible, because when this Bible got burnt, the first one, I had to go get a second Bible. Well, the Spirit treated it the same way. So this weekend, and I call this the Katy Perry weekend. It's in my book, The Bothell Hell House, the first book. It's called the Katy Perry weekend. Now, I don't know how many people on today listening are familiar with historical poltergeist cases, but there's a theory or a belief among many that we're dealing with an intelligent. This is a suggestive, malevolent haunting, intelligent haunting, incarnate, discarnate entity. Take your pick. We're dealing with something here, definitely something, a sentient being who knows the difference between right and wrong. Okay. Mm-hmm. So this Friday, following what I just told you of the Bible catching fire, once again, it's the same routine. Either I'm in my office or we're watching a movie together or something, to where we're just minding our own business in our home. And the TV in the master bedroom comes on by itself. I'm in my office, Tina's downstairs, and this TV in the master bedroom is coming on, and it's blasting the Katy Perry song titled Dark Horse. I didn't name the song, I didn't name the artist, but the title of the song is called A Dark Horse. Please Google, if you're listening, that song, or better yet, Google the lyrics to that song. So the first time I'm in my office, TV's blasting loud, it's playing the Katy Perry song. I run to the master bedroom and see a TV that's showing no picture, but it's playing music. I know it's them. Okay. Tina comes up a few seconds after me. We know it's them. We know that they're misbehaving. I turn the TV off. I grab the remote, TV off. That's different. That's never happened before. I've never seen a TV come on like that and play music. I've seen a TV come on and the channels change, but it's playing music. And it's playing, I don't know what's the Dark Horse. I know it's a Katy Perry song, but I don't know what song. I'm more interested in turning it off because it's extremely loud. Mm-hmm. I go back to my bedroom. Tina goes back to whatever she's doing. 5 minutes later, the song comes on again. Or the TV comes on again. TV comes on again. It's playing the same song. Now, if y'all listen to me, I said 5 minutes later. The song, I don't think, is 5 minutes long. Okay? So I rush in. Tina rushes in. I turn the TV off again. And me and Tina talk about it for a second, like, that's weird. And then I'm like, yeah, but it's playing the same song. Okay? And then we leave. I go back to my room. And I forgot what I was doing, but before I went back to my room, we unplugged the TV. Now the TV is unplugged. And I remember saying this out loud. We unplugged it now, but you can't turn it back on now. Yeah. And then we never should have done that.
Right.
Go back into my room, office. 5 minutes later, the TV comes back on again. We rush into the room. It's playing that same Katy Perry song, but the TV is still unplugged. They didn't plug it back into the wall. The TV is playing the loud Katy Perry song, and it's loud. And for the last 15 minutes, now it's 15 minutes, it's the same song. And I'm looking at Tina and I'm like, wait a minute. What are the lyrics to this song? Because we're just hearing the repeated lyrics. And what it was playing over and over for 3 cycles now was the verse of the song that says, and this is what was coming out of our speakers, right? So, and I'm paraphrasing. That's why I want whoever listens to go to look at that, the lyrics of that song. I'm paraphrasing. So you want to play with magic, huh? Boy, you should know what you're either getting into or fighting for. Be careful what you wish for, something to that effect, because I'm bringing you the perfect storm. And once you're mine, you're never going back. Now that's the lyrics to the song. Paraphrasing. And it's playing that 3 times repeatedly, over and over, just that part. Now the name of the song is A Dark Horse, okay? And the name of, when Katy Perry was interviewed, she said, well, hey, where'd you get that song from? What was the idea of that song? And she'll say, it's a song about a witch and a guy and a witch, and she's a witch, and da-da-da-da-da. And she said, I'm bringing the perfect storm, And that was a Friday. It was Friday afternoon, about 7 or 8 p.m. Well, we heard that over and over and over. I'm bringing you the perfect storm, You should be careful playing with magic. Because once you're mine, and then there's no going back. I remember that night, I Googled that song and found that verse, and I saw The Dark Horse, because that song was like the #1 song in the country. Now, this song is coming through a streaming service. This is not coming through a radio. The TV has no picture, but it's coming through Comcast at the time music channel. But the TV is black. It's not showing a picture, like it should be if I was listening to Comcast music.
And it's not plugged in.
But it's pumping out this song, and just this song, and that was a prelude of what Saturday and Sunday was going to be. And Saturday was hell, Sunday was hell. The Katy Perry weekend is what I called it, was everything I've just told you times 10, meaning Saturday, Tina was at home and got attacked by herself. I wasn't even at home. Tina was at home and got attacked with all the lights upstairs, the porcelain dome, those that remained. And Tina, she only told this story once. She would not tell it again, because how this unfolded was, I went to go meet some coworkers for happy hour. It never dawned on me that the spirits would attack one of us by ourselves. Up until now, we've experienced everything together. So I thought there was safety in numbers, in the sense of, well, they've never really attacked us with one person in the home. Not really.
Sabra was kind enough. She actually got the verse, and it says, so you want to play with magic, boy, you should have watched you falling for baby. Do you dare to do this? Because I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Are you ready? Are you ready for a perfect storm? That is creepy.
That's what we heard 3 times in a row. Mind you, you hear it the first time, turn the TV off, go back to what you were doing. That comes back on again 5 minutes later. That right there, turn the TV off, unplug it, go back to what you're doing, come back the 3rd time, that's on again. Yeah, 3 times in a row.
So it sounds like right now they're going after you for a fear reaction.
Primarily.
Which, to me, it sounds like they're feeding off of y'all's fear and frustration.
Yeah, Frustration. This is what Steve Mera would call this. We are about to go from DEFCON 3 to DEFCON 4, or from a tornado's point of view, an F4 to an F5 tornado, of what is called the vexation period, where the house occupants are going to be unwillingly participating in the activity happening around them. Because for every action that we get, there's going to be an equal, superior reaction. We are now going to be spinning our wheels on what to do, on what not to do. The poster fire, catching fire, that's during that time frame. The second Bible catching fire, third Bible. And you're right. It's the fear that they feed off on. It's the sleep deprivation, the aggravation, the frustration, definitely. There's the frustration factor. And what I would call the finger pointing. You see,
right.
There's a divide and conquer in the animal kingdom of divide and conquer. You know, you got two people in an environment, split to two. You got four people in an environment, split to four. You know, and they're going to play both sides. There's going to be certain campaigns that are specific for Tina.
Yep.
There's going to be certain campaigns that's specific for Keith. Tina's campaign, of when she was in the house, was attacked, was specific for her. I was not even in the home. Tina was washing dishes. She said all of a sudden, all the lights in the house start going off and on. Unusual, but not unusual in this house in the sense that we've experienced that already. What Tina says, what made her go upstairs to investigate against her better judgment, was the sound of a piano crashing. She said it sounded like a piano. And that's known in poltergeist cases, the serious cases of the house occupants saying, you hear these crashes, right? This destruction. You go investigate, and there's no destruction there, you know? And they lure you in because she said, I went upstairs. It was loud, Keith. It was very loud. And I went to the hallway, and I started looking at the lights as it was blinking off and on. And she said, all of a sudden, it just blew up in her face. It blew up. And she said she grabbed her keys, grabbed her purse, and skedaddled out the house. Now, this is very interesting. Tina tried to call me. Now, she tried to call me, but she said it would go straight to voicemail. Okay? Now, when I got to the home, I had not heard from Tina. I get to the home. Tina's not there. I see her car missing. I'm like, oh, she must have went out with her friends. Okay. I get inside the house. I see the destruction everywhere. I'm worried about Tina. I know she's not at home, or she better not be because her car is not here. But I see the destruction. And I can tell from looking at the destruction, the water faucet is still running, that something bad happened. I mean, it looked like a hurricane went through this house. I called Tina. I can't reach her. I can't reach her on her phone. 30 minutes later, Tina does arrive back to the house. And she's mad at me. And I'm like, why are you mad at me? She said, I couldn't reach you. I tried to call you. Where were you at? I tried to call you. I'm like, Tina, I went out to drink with my friends. We talked about it. I told you. So, no, I tried to call you. And it went straight to your voicemail. So I would pull out my phone and say, Tina, I have no missed calls from you. And that's what I want y'all to understand is because, and this is going to happen again when I tell you about the poster catching fire, is there's a level of the activity, at least for us, when we were getting bombarded with activity and we could not reach the outside world. I'm talking about the electronic device.
Right.
They cut it. They cut it. It's almost like if you want to watch those, you know, if you watch war movies or special forces, you notice before they make a decision on the town, meaning the enemy or whatever, they cut all communication.
They isolate you.
They isolate, like cut the grid, cut it. Because no calls are going out. This is going to be a stealth maneuver. Tina couldn't get out to me. Now, Tina's mind, she made the call. I don't doubt her. I'm pretty sure she did. I have no reason to doubt it. In my world, those calls went to the ghost, not me. I have no missed calls from her. That creates a new level of frustration because now Tina has two problems. I got a ghost problem, and I got a boyfriend I can't reach. The ghosts are responsible for both of them. Now, that week later, okay, when Tina went to work, I was still in the house. This is a week later. This is after the second Bible caught fire. I get up and take a shower. And as I'm taking a shower, the fire alarms go off. Now, what's worse than a fire alarm going off while you're sleeping? A fire alarm going off while you're taking a shower. Because you're vulnerable.
Vulnerable, yes.
They want. You're vulnerable. Okay? There's a fire. The fire alarm is going off, Keith. You're in the shower. What do? You got 4 seconds. So I dart out the shower. Tina's gone. Tina has left the building. We kissed goodbye 5 minutes ago. I dart out the house. I know it's them now. You see, I'm getting seasoned now. I know they're capable of, I know it's them. I just don't know what is them. I don't know what they did. I know when I turn some corner in this house, my mind is about to be blown. Is it death? This goes to the mind of a person who's suffering from a haunting like this. Has death finally found me? This is how Keith is going to go out. Aha, Tina's gone. This is how it goes. Okay. All right, let's just do it. Let me try to do the best I can. I dart out. I grab a towel. I wrap around me. I get to the double doors of the master bedroom. Remember, I'm running out the shower. Fire alarms are blazing. Smoke is billowing in the hallway. I get to the doorway. And Ghost Adventures, I ain't gonna say Ghost Adventures themselves, but their special effects team did a good reenactment of this in an episode of the poster catching fire and the door slamming. I get to the doorway, and something runs past me. Now, I don't mean run past me like I can see it. I always give this a comparison of if you ever change the flat tire on the highway, I hope nobody ever does, but if you ever did, or your car breaks down on the highway, and, you're exposed to the lanes as the cars zoom by you, and that whoosh, that wind, I get to the doorway, and something goes swoosh. As soon as it goes whoosh, the front door opens wide like I did before when I was saging and slams shut. Now, I didn't see nothing, but the door opens wide and slams shut. I, again, out of instinct, run down and try to open the front door. I'm trying to, open the front door. I forgot about the fire that's upstairs. I'm trying to open up the front door. The door is cement shut. That doorknob turns, but something is holding that door shut. I can't open it. I can't negotiate it. Okay. I run upstairs because I'm choking on smoke now. The smoke has reached downstairs. And I see the poster that you just showed on fire. Flames. The poster is on fire. Okay? I take my wet towel and douse it. That's how I killed that fire. I doused it. And I run out of the office because it's purely smoke. That material that poster was made of was choking me to death. It was just
because that's not a paper poster.
No, it's not paper. No.
Right.
If it was paper, it would have been obliterated. It's some sort of it's a weird plastic-like material, clothing, weird material, but to burn it just chokes the crap out of you. Mm-hmm. I knew. I said, "Kid, if you pass out, you're a dead man. You got to get out of this room. If you pass out, you're a dead man." I run out of the room. I run back downstairs, and I couldn't open that door again. That door is still cement shut. I can't open it. And in my mind, I was like, "Keith, you're being attacked. This is an attack. This is an attack on you." I remember grabbing my phone, calling 911, and the lady answered, and I said, I have a fire at my house. I need some help. And she was like, 911, what's your emergency? And I told her, she said, what's your address? And every time Kim, I would give my address, static would break out. Every time I got to giving the address of the house, static would take over the phone. And she's like, sir, you're cutting in and out, sir. Can't hear you, sir. Say it again. I will say it a second time. Hey, this is Keith. I'm at da-da-da. And then it started, not working. Took 4 tries finally for her to get it. She said, okay, fire department, they're on the way. I hung up with her. I called Tina. Tina hadn't even made it to the highway yet. She's still somewhere in the neighborhood going to work. And I remember telling her, turn around. The house is being attacked. Click. I didn't even wait for her to acknowledge. I didn't wait for nothing. I just said, turn around. The house is being attacked. Fire department got there first. Tina got there soon after. Of course, the fire was already out. The firemen are scratching their heads because they see this poster in the middle of a wall, and they have no reason to say, how did it catch fire? They're like, okay, good job for you putting it out. You did a good job on that. Well, we don't know how that caught fire. Tina runs in, frantic, crying. I'm crying. We hug. We embrace. I'm shaking like a fig leaf. And an hour or so later, they leave. And me and Tina made up the mind that we're going, because up until now, the local Catholic church have been giving us the runaround. And we're leaving voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. They're not calling us back. They're saying they will. They're saying as well. The Seattle Catholic Church told us to call the Bothell Catholic Church. The Bothell Catholic Church told us to call the Seattle. Seattle said, no, call the Bothell. To find, we said, we're just going to show up to the Bothell Catholic Church, and we're going to sit in the priest's office until he sees us. Because when we got there, the lady said, well, he's got his full schedule all day. He has one little 30-minute window, but that's 5 hours from now. And said, we will stay here. We will sit in the lobby. And we sat there for about 5 hours till he saw us. And that's when he said, after hearing our story, that telling us what we already know about malevolent spirits and that we're not alone. The church is going to help us fight this thing. And that became a new chapter of the Catholic Church, the local Catholic Church involvement with the Bothell House.
I have to ask you a quick question because several people have talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have children there?
No, remember, there's no children who live with me and Tina.
No, right now.
Oh, you're talking about, right now. No,
yes.
Children in the courtyard. My balcony is open to the courtyard where I live. So you're hearing.
Because everybody keeps asking, is it my kid? I was like, no, it's not my kid. He's sitting right here. So everybody was trying to figure out.
Oh, no. It's only 7 o'clock here, so 7:15.
You got to remember, these people are paranormal, so they pick up on things.
Yeah.
So there's your answers. So now you've were able to get time to talk to somebody in the Catholic Church, and they're now saying they're willing to help you.
Yeah. And what help is basically the priest came over a few days after the postal car fire and blessed the house. He went from room to room during whatever ceremony that they do. And he left some homework assignments for us to do, which is primarily, pray, recite the Saint Michael the Archangel prayer. He gave us some paperwork to recite these with, a few crosses, holy water, oil. But he was honest in the sense of these things can be corrected overnight. I do not want to paint the picture that there's a silver bullet to this. What we told him shocked him. He was shocked by two things: the level of activity, but he was shocked at how steadfast we were, meaning he was shocked that we're still alive.
Right.
He was shocked that we're not in a padded room somewhere, crazy for Cocoa Puffs. But he said these things. There's some hint of Native American elements to this case that he's going to have to reach out to his fellow shaman, the Catholic Church that he belongs to, works with shamans in there.
Mhm.
Pacific Northwest is highly Native American populated. And he's going to have to work with his bishop to get approval, since we are not, quote unquote, Catholics per se. There is a bureaucracy involved of getting approval
Yes.
to work on the case outside the church, because they got to tend to their flock, as he would say. But we're not alone. He said, we're not alone. You and Tina are not alone. He told us of similar stories in and around the area. That's why the Seattle was referring us to him, because from the Catholic Church, he was sort of the regional paranormal priest for this region. But he said it's not going to be easy. He did say they do a divide and conquer.
Yep.
They look for the weakest link. They will take anything and turn it into something if you give them a chance.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be steadfast. We have to be careful. So yeah, and then he would make periodic visits. Half of what he said was true, in the sense that he was not the most punctual, attentive priest, I would say, as he advertised to be. So that led to another layer of frustration. The activity does not subside based on who's helping us or not helping us. The poltergeist is going to continue doing what it's doing regardless. But some things did quell the activity for 2 to 3 or 4 days. But that 5th day or that 4th day where the activity came back, it just resumed where it left off.
Right.
The reason why, or the third Bible, the final Bible to catch fire, we were advised by paranormal teams and the church to bring in cameras. Some paranormal teams would not budge or lift a finger unless we first showed them the activity on video. Some well-known priests or paranormal teams in the paranormal community, I would say, you and I were talking earlier this week about why is this case so unknown? This case is well known amongst major paranormal teams. A lot of them wouldn't touch it for fear of first wanting to see the activity on video. What frustrated me and Tina was some of the paranormal community's response seemed to be, when we told them that this was too good to be true, that there's no such thing of a house this active. If it's this active, it should be relatively easy for you to get some of this phenomena on camera. We tried. Trying got us more in trouble, got me more in trouble. The more cameras I brought in, the more the spirits attacked me, attacked Tina. They attacked the cameras. There's over 60 infrared cameras, CCTV cameras, whatever you want to call them, that are still missing to this day. There are SD cards missing. I believe there are 3 video cameras missing, 3 tripods missing, cellular phones missing. Some of the cameras were obliterated to dust powder. Some were unplugged, turned upside down, turned off. The MAC address, I'm an IT professional. You cannot switch a MAC address. They did.
Let me address Saber real quick, because she said the Foreman brothers would have stepped in. Now, the Foreman brothers, he's too far from them. I mean, I've never seen them go. I think they're from Indiana, so they go Ohio, Kentucky, southern part of Michigan. They would have never gone to Keith. He would have been simply too far for them.
A lot of teams on the East Coast, I don't know if it's true, but it seems like most, I guess, I had to use this word, experienced or worthy paranormal teams are on the East Coast. A lot of paranormal teams east of Vegas, or Mississippi, I should say,
Right.
view Seattle as too far.
Yeah.
And that always, I never understood that logic. Yeah, I get, expenses and things, be it the, finances and all that. But, I'm a network guy. So therefore, if you can't come, tell me who can. Point me to, who can. Do you liaison with the West Coast? Do you liaison with the East Coast, the South, the North, the East? The paranormal community seems so siloed that, everybody will tell me, don't tell me what you can't do. Tell me what you can.
And that's the reason why I want your story told, is because, oh my goodness, nobody should have to go through the roller coaster ride that you guys went through. Going to paranormal team, going, help me, we need help. We are now getting to a point where physically attacked, my house is being destroyed. We need help. And it is so frustrating, one, with the Catholic Church, because of you not being of Catholic faith. It shouldn't matter. It's a simple fact.
Right.
They're Christian, and you help your brother.
Right. And to make matters worse, to tell me or to advise me and Tina to, erect cameras, to try to capture the phenomena. Number one thing, nobody knows when the phenomena is going to jump off. There's if the hallway is active on Tuesday, and that's not because it's active every Tuesday, it just happened to be Tuesday where it's active this Tuesday, doesn't mean the activity is going to return on Wednesday in the hallway. I could tell you so many times I would get frustrated when somebody would say, well, if your hallway blew up and the Bibles are catching on fire, put 5 cameras in the hallway and send us something, as if the poltergeist is going to do that. I will put cameras in the hallway and the activity would erupt in the guest bedroom or the kitchen or the master bedroom or the living room. You're just playing whack-a-mole with the technology, trying to get lucky. And the more me and Tina would try that, the more the activity would escalate. They really had a field day with our cameras. One of my things I to this day, if I ever meet him, because I would always challenge him, Dave Schrader, is when he said on the episode in Seattle, well, everything's happening off camera. Well, there's a reason why everything's happening off camera, because parapsychologists will tell you poltergeist phenomena, going back to the Gray Lady, is hard to capture on camera. That's a poltergeist characteristic, to make the house occupants look foolish in front of the paranormal things. Because somebody like a skeptic is going to say, in the age of cell phones and mobile phones, you couldn't even get one of these things on video? Not real. And that's a false comparison or unrealistic expectation. Number one, I'm not an investigator. You would not trust me to pilot a plane if I had no pilot license. You would not trust me to go into an operating room and remove your kidney if I never went to medical school. On top of that, never operated on anybody. You would be like, oh, wait a minute, hold that. No. So why are you advising me and Tina to do something that you yourself should be doing? If you want access to our house, here's our house.
You got it. Right.
Live. Bring all your gear. Bring all your gear, all your people, live in it, roll around in it. We're going to be over here, and people and the paranormal teams were just oblivious to that. It took the attention of Steve Marin and Don Phillips and Nikki Novell to come in to save the day, in the sense of to tell me, cease and desist, stop with the cameras, stop. The definition of insanity is doing something twice, expecting the same results. Stop with the cameras. If smudging escalates the activity, which is known to do,
oh yes,
why would you continue smudging? Why would you do that? It's like you hurt your back. Why you continue to lift things? Why you continue to exert yourself? Stop. So the activity is ratcheting up. The spirits are very clever because now they're putting Tina against Keith and Tina. It's time to divide and conquer. But I want to talk about the previous tenant now because I think it's time to introduce her.
Yep.
One of the things I was doing in the midst of all this activity was researching the land, researching the house, talking to the landlord, homeowner, and he was very close to the vest of not revealing anything. But one day, I got a letter in the mail, and normally letters to the house that belong to me and Tina, I would forward them to the homeowner because I was thinking, this is the previous tenant. Let me give it to the homeowner. He knows their forwarding address. This one I kept. I said, let me go see if I can find this person on Facebook because Facebook has 2 billion people. And I did. I found Rhonda, and I was like, whoa, I got lucky. And you know how Facebook is, you can have a setting to where you can even have your wall on lockdown to where only your friends can see your daily updates, or you can have it wide open and anybody can see it. Lucky for me, she had it wide open for anybody to see. So I didn't want to research or I guess reach out to her right away. I wanted to go to the years she was living in the house. I want to find when was she living in the house, find that. And I did. I was able to find that. And I was reading her walls on the things she was saying. Now, she was not talking about activity on Facebook. She was talking about being depressed and suicidal. She said, I'm suicidal. Today is my last day. I don't know if I'm going to do it anymore. I don't like this house. My kid is sick. One of her kids, whose bedroom was my office, had developed a rare, weird case of meningitis. And he was on death's door while in the home. He was going to Seattle Children's Hospital. And Rhonda had become depressed, not only because of that, and also because of unemployed. She was unemployed, and the husband was always gone. He was an Alaska sea fisherman.
Oh.
So she was in the house with 3 kids by herself. And one was very gravely ill. And she was depressed. She was drinking alcohol and whatnot. So I thought that was interesting. I said, okay, that's dark. That's definitely fits dark. But she's alive. They're not in the house anymore. They live in Yakima, Washington. Let me email her. Let me just say, hey. And I did. I emailed her. I said, hey, my name is Keith. I live in the house in Bothell that you used to live in. I'm like, hey, and I didn't tell her what we were going through. I didn't want to spill the beans. I needed for her answer to be organic and genuine. So I said, hey, we live in the house that you're living in now. And I said, did y'all ever have anything weird in the house? Anything go on? Anything weird? Now, where it could be raccoons in the attic, where it could be termites, where it could be,
a multiple of things.
Car backfiring in the neighborhood, where it could be anything. And I remember, how you can, when you're chatting with somebody, especially Facebook, they're thinking you can sort of sense they're thinking on the other side what their answer is going to be. And then you can see them typing, but you can't see the words, So I'm watching for her response. And she replies back with 3 emoticons of wink, wink, wink. That was her first answer. Wink, wink, wink. Like wink, wink, wink. And then I was like, I struck gold. And so I don't want to spook her, so I don't want to scare her away. I said, can you, explain, what does that mean? And she said, hey, I was going to tell you, we had a lot of weird things happen in that house. It's weird that you reached out to me today. And this is why, and I'm quoting her because she said, because me and my husband, we just got back together. We just got back together. She says, weird that you're emailing me today, just FYI, because we just got back together. She said, we broke up. We broke up in that house. And she said, it was a living hell in that house. And she said, but I can't talk about it now. She said, I need to, number one, gather my thoughts, and number two, ask my husband, because we just got back together. She said, but give me some time and I will get back to you. Now, I thought she was meaning a day or two, a week at the most, for a couple of hours. I didn't want to spook her. I didn't want to be like, tell me now, tell me now. You know, I didn't want to be Fox Mulder or something, you know, tell me now, tell me now. So I was like, okay, because I already struck gold. That response alone is priceless evidence. Priceless.
Mm-hmm.
But I said, yeah, take your time, whenever. It took her 3 months to get her thoughts together. And I understand that because I've talked to paranormal or poltergeist survivors all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
All over the world. We email each other. They email me. I email them. And we all have, the ones I talk to, after you survive something like this, the smart ones will always tell me, man, I'm trying to put that chapter behind me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ever, because just the mere talking about it might bring it back up, might awaken them, might be like, that's all it takes. And I understood that, and I understood Rhonda's situation and the way she said, because I had forgot about it. 3 months, I was like, she's gone. I'm not hearing from her anymore. Good luck with that. And I never emailed her back to say, hey, you want to talk to me now? Because I didn't want to bug her. I didn't want to be that guy.
Right.
But she did contact me 3 months later. And it was out the blue. It was one early morning. My phone go ding. I'm like, oh, somebody's emailing me on Facebook. I wasn't thinking it was her, but when I saw it, I leaped out of my bed. I was like, Rhonda's calling me. So I rushed to my email and looked. She said, hey, Key, just want to let you know that I haven't forgot about you. I talked to my husband. We thought about it. He says that I shouldn't reach out to you. He said we should leave it alone. I shouldn't reach out to you. But she said, but I feel it's the Christian thing to do. Her words, not mine. I'm quoting her. I feel it was the Christian thing to do to reach out to you because I said I would. And then she's like, well, let me just tell you, I almost died in that house. It was a living hell in that house. That house was the beginning and the end to it all. I'm quoting her, to it all. I lost my marriage. I became suicidal. I started drinking. My son got sick. He almost died. She said, my son, and this is very important. Somebody was talking about shadowy figures. I hope they're still listening. She said, my son saw shadowy figures in the house. He still sees them to this day. Now, Kim, even Tina, I never told Tina, out of all the things we've seen together, I've never told Tina that I have seen shadowy figures because I didn't know what to make of that. I've seen them in my office, her son's bedroom at the time, in the doorway, doing creepy across the room, dangling from the ceiling, from the ceiling, peeping around the wall, and I see them, and the reason why, because I was like, I don't want Tina to think her man is losing his mind, you know.
Right. I
don't want Tina thinking, you know, we'll go so far with this stuff, but. There's a debate within the paranormal community of what's paranormal and what's supernatural. When do you cross that line? Those lines curl around each other, of what's paranormal and what's supernatural. Because shadowy figures, that's, in my book, that's a whole new can of worms. That means we're definitely in a new category. But when Rhonda told me that, I immediately identified with it. She explained the activity that they saw. She said, we would wake up in the morning and find all our kitchen cabinet doors open. She said, we would hear pitter-patter footsteps. She said they had a live-in nanny. And her nanny was home one day because Rhonda and them were out of town. And she was watching the kids. And she said her nanny um, woke up one day and saw all the kitchen cabinet doors open. She took the kids and took them to Yakima. Rhonda said one day she was home and she's a smoker, and her baby, her youngest baby girl, was in a high chair, and she had formula burning on the stove and warming up on the stove. So she went outside to go smoke a cigarette on the patio. Now, she said she was out there smoking on the patio. She left the patio door open. This is key. This is very important. She left the sliding door open. She said, as she was smoking, the sliding door slid shut and locked her out the house. Now, this is I'm gonna rewind a second in a few seconds because this is very interesting. She said when the sliding door slid shut, she's locked outside the house. The baby started crying. She can look at the baby through the glass. The baby started wailing and crying. And she said the door is locked. She couldn't get in the house. So she frantically picked up a rock and had to bust the glass to get back into the house. And she said that happened. She said the TV would change on its own all the time. The lights would flicker off and on all the time. And she just said it felt like the house was alive. That's what she said. It felt like the house was alive. They were in the house for only 1 year, less than a year, about 8 to 11 months. But the thing that got me about the sliding door is I remember when me and Tina moved into the house. I remember when we first saw the house and we got the tour of the house. We got to the sliding door. And I remember I told Tina, because when you move into a house that you rent, be an apartment or a home, the reason why you do a survey of the house with the landlord present is y'all got to check off the condition of the house, of what's present and what's not present. Because when you come time to move out, both lists should be the same, right?
Right.
There should be no discrepancy. I remember we got to the sliding door, the screen was gone. Of the sliding door, there's the glass,
Right.
there's the screen, mosquito screen or whatever. And I remember I was like, oh, what happened to the screen? And I remember the homeowner paused and he had a weird reaction. He was like, hey, I tell you what, there's no screen, but if you want a screen, if you go to Home Depot and buy one, and feel free to just take it out of your month's rent. Whatever the screen door costs, just deduct that from your month's rent. And I was like, but I never thought. I was like, oh, because I was okay, all right, okay, no problem there. I'm not gonna let this house go because it's missing a screen. But that was interesting to me.
Right.
But when Rhonda told me about how she had to break that door, and then when I later found out when I ordered the 911 calls to the house that people had made about Rhonda, I knew she was telling the truth on everything because there were certain nuances that matched what we saw, And the shadowy figures, that really got to me. The kitchen cabinet doors, we've lived that, we've seen that. TV turning off and on by itself, channels changing off and on by itself, lights flickering off and on by itself, the feeling of being watched, her son being sick, her son room being my office with a postal caught fire, the kid cough, I believe is a sort of what they call stone tape theory echo of him. I think that's him. And then the white lady and the gray lady apparitions that I saw that resembled Rhonda. I didn't know at the time, but I knew once I met Rhonda because I was always, I saw a lady. I saw a gray lady apparition, and I saw a white lady apparition November 2014. And they both look like Rhonda, but Rhonda's alive. But I later learned through crisis apparition sightings of a living apparition and a crisis apparition. And then just the shadowy figures. And I still see shadowy figures to this day. Some of the people or women I've dated have seen them. They don't date me anymore after seeing them. I've seen the shadowy figures. I drew them. They're in all three of my books. The voices, the EVPs. We have the EVPs of the shadowy figures. We have the EVP of some of the apparitions, some of the activity. Not me, but the paranormal teams, the Steve Mara and the Don Phillips. So think previous tenant in the house 5 years before we arrived, having similar activity. What pissed me off about the infamous Ghost Adventures episode is nothing I've told you I've not told Zach Baggins and crew, including Rhonda. Rhonda was still alive when that episode aired. She was definitely alive when Ghost Adventures came to the house, and they had her contact info. They never reached out to her. And if anybody caught what I said, Rhonda was alive. Rhonda is not alive anymore. Rhonda successfully did commit suicide, finished her goal by walking in front of a moving train, I believe September of 2016. Left 3 kids.
Awful. And I have, just like they were, I've heard, let me see, because somebody even said that they believed that her child probably had, her child that was sick had an attachment. That was Sabra. And I believe that they probably had an attachment that followed, that just didn't let up on her.
Well, yeah, you're right. What makes this case interesting and fascinating, because and there's a lot of things to pick from, and that's why the 3 books are so important. And like I said, I'm not here to promote books, but anybody would do themselves a great service by reading all 3, especially the Bothell Hell House, because what in this case is still officially open. What parapsychologists around the world and paranormal teams around the world are still combing through this case and this evidence, because it redefines what we say or what we think we know about poltergeists. Now, an average person familiar with the paranormal, or just what I call a ghost hunter, or just like the paranormal, are just going to stay from a high level. Oh, the house is haunted and this and this and that. Ah, cool, whatever. But a person who's really intellectually curious are going to pick up on one of the things I said, which is, you just mentioned, of Rhonda's son. When I reached out to her, 2014, this was 8 years after they lived in the house, give or take, was still seeing shadowy figures to this day. In the midst of me and Tina having all this activity. Now, one of the things people don't appreciate about this case is there was several episodes in the house where me and Tina were attacked at the same time in different places. People often think, well, they only attack you in your house. No. I've been attacked while traveling on business. I've been attacked in my hotel room. I've been attacked away. I've been attacked while visiting my mom. I've been poked and prodded in my seat, 35,000 feet in the air on an airplane. One episode, I was being attacked in Spokane, Washington in my hotel. Tina and Kim had decided to spend the night at the house. Tina didn't want to go to Kim's house, or better yet, Kim wanted to spend the night with Tina at our house, and they were attacked the same time, the same night. My attorney at the time, who came to the house one day to drop off some legal papers, knew of my ordeal. She knew of it, but like I said, seeing is believing. She believed because I'm her client and friend for 11 years, but whatever. She walks into the house, drops the papers off, and sort of toys with the spirits of saying, if y'all really here, show yourself. If y'all really here, do something. If y'all really here, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then she said, see you, Keith, I'm going to the airport. Bye-bye. I get a call from her, or no, I look on her Facebook wall 2 hours later. She's wrote on her wall, My passport is missing. The last time I saw my passport was when she thinks back, oh, it was at your house, Keith. I had it when I was at your house. She has 3 homes, Seattle, LA, and Hawaii. One night she calls me frantically because her house is being attacked in LA, where her kids live with her and her husband. And she said all the coat hangers start flying out the closet one by one. Boop, boop, boop. They would unrack themselves and just go boop, boop, boop. 50 out of them. They have a wine cellar. She said one day they heard all these pop, 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 pops, and all the corks in the wine bottle going boop, 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 boop. Lights flickering off and on and on. One time she flew to Hawaii. That's their vacation home. And they're probably there. They go months without being there. So she's come, and I know this because this has happened to the Bothell house, where neighbors, I pull up in my driveway, and my neighbors outside watering their lawn or walking their dog. I mean, you're not home? I'm like, no, I'm not home. Oh, I thought you was home. I'm here. Your TV's been blasting loud music all day. And I walk in, there's nothing. Well, she's walking to her home in Hawaii, and her neighbors outside watering plant. He's like, you're not home? Like, no, I've been on the mainland for 4 months. Like, no way. He's like, no way. Do you have tenants? Do you Airbnb your home when you're not around? Like, no. My house is like, no. He said, last Saturday, me and my wife were about to knock on your door because the music was so loud. We heard so much noise and screams and lollygagging, and we just thought you were having a party, and we've heard that for several days now, and you're not home? And she's like, no. And she walks into her door, and the house is clean as a whistle. It's just like, but I've had that happen to the Bothell house.
Yep.
And then one time we were being attacked in the Bothell house, where all the light fixtures, because like I said, when they blow up and break, I just go to Home Depot and buy some more, but they just blow up and break again. Mm-hmm. Well, my lawyer calls me frantically. It's happening at her house. Now, I can't help her because it's happening at my house at the same time. The reason why I'm sharing this story is because we're dealing with a duality of spirits to where they're able to be in 2 places at one time, or worse, correlate with each other simultaneously. Mm-hmm. And we're talking vast miles of distance. We're talking oceans. We're talking oceans now. And that's what makes this case fascinating to some people, because the knee-jerk reaction is, and this is what Zach and a neophyte paranormal researcher was like, well, it's a teenage adolescent, poltergeists are primarily adolescent teenagers and, kids going through puberty, or a woman going through menopause or menstrual. This is none of that. That's old paradigm news, 20th century thinking. The spirits in the Bothell house are trying to, and they really are. Steve Mary, he's sure of it, are trying to tell the paranormal community, hey, come here. Yeah, we got evidence for you. We got phenomena for you. Forget what you know, what you think your own theories. The law of physics says something can't be in 2 places at one time. Well, laws of physics, that's different now. Now we got quantum tunneling, then quantum entanglement. An atom can be in 2 places at one time. An electron is everywhere at the same time. That's already been proven in physics. It's everywhere. So we got to get out of this mindset of, that's a little girl. We have no little girl. We have no kids. We've had activity in the home when we were there. We've had activity in the home when we were not there. Primarily the wall writings, the black oil on the wall happened when we were not in the home. We come home, we find that. That's there.
And the first set was, what did they write on your wall, the first set?
The first few wall writings were upside down crosses and 666. And then that trend, as we paint over that or clean it with warm soapy water, the poltergeist started using a different substance, one that you cannot easily clean or wipe away. The first time it was sage ash. The first few wall writings were upside down crosses in 666. And then the naysayers were like, well, why would the ghost write 666? Or why would the spirit write 666? That's so Hollywood. That's so fake. I don't know, Key. That's kind of far fetched. It's been played out before. It's not my fault that they did that.
I look at it as you don't read the ghost's mind. Well, I mean,
I'm not a ghost whisperer. I can't tell you why they did that, but I can tell you probably it's so you the skeptic, shock and horror. And just so y'all can maintain being skeptic, because, when you see the episode and Zach was walking in the office and he sees the wall writings, oh no, it looks like spray paint. Well, what does it supposed to look like? Well, where do you think it's supposed to be Mars writing, Venus writing? What's it supposed to? It's you, the investigator, scrape a little bit off into your little petri dish, a little Ziploc bag, and run it to the lab to see what it's made of. See what the oil is made of.
Let's make sure everybody understand. You honestly thought that Ghost Adventures was coming in to help you.
Yeah.
And you got something completely different.
Yeah. And I admit it was naivete, but understandable because we're not in the paranormal.
Right.
When Ghost Adventures found us through the local media, who found us through the local church, who knew Dave Schrader.
Right.
Dave Schrader knew Ghost Adventures. And they said, hey, my name is Ghost Adventures. My name is Zach. We're on a travel channel. I'm like, in my mind, oh, you guys are ghosts? This is what y'all do? This is what y'all do? Oh, y'all travel the world? Oh, travel channel? I said, they must have an unlimited resource to be able to travel around the world and investigate homes and haunted places. They must have seen everything. So maybe they can get to the bottom of this. Maybe they see something in my house that they saw on the East Coast. Or remember when Ghost Adventures first started? They used to go abroad. They used to be in other countries. They go to Ireland, they'd be in other castles and all that. They stopped doing that. But the time frame we met them was when they were still doing that. So I'm thinking, okay, they got big pockets. They got unlimited resources. And I thought this was not going to be a one-time thing. See, when they talked to me on the phone, Dave Schrader did, he interviewed me for 15 minutes and said, we're coming. You know this because you've seen the documentary. Steve Mera and Don Phillips interviewed me for 4 months before they agreed to come.
Now, we have to explain. Ghost Adventures gets there.
Yeah.
They spent how long in the house?
Well, Ghost Adventures said they were coming. They said there's 2 teams coming, A team and B team. B team is going to come first. B team is primarily called B-roll. We're going to do reenactments, interviews, and da. And I was like, okay, that's fine. When I got the itinerary of when is Zach and them coming, 5 hours. They said they're coming. And they're only going to be there 5 hours. I told Tina when I looked at Tina, I was like, 5 hours? That's nothing.
So let me explain, because remember I told you that Zach is now kind of, is not taking this seriously. Selena just says Zach doesn't know the difference between his booty and the hole in the ground. That right there, because I told you that nobody really takes them seriously. There's just been too much. But for your case, I rated. Oh my dear Lord, the anger bubbles up. What he did to you and Tina, it was outrageous.
Right. So they get there. I'm like, 5 hours. That's not a long time, but oh well, something I don't. So they get there, and 5 hours goes like that. They put us in a little hotel or whatever, and then they came in late November, I believe. The episode aired in February, and then we didn't hear from them. Once they left the house, we didn't hear from them for 2.5 months. I heard from Ghost Adventures maybe 72 hours before the episode aired. They never shared their findings, even if it was nothing. They never said what they said about Tina to us or to Tina. Probably smart on their part. So
Right.
when the world saw the episode was when we saw the episode. And I've had people who were fans of the show and not fans of the show tell me the same thing. We have been watching, I'm talking about the fans, not me. Fans have been watching the show for numerous years, 11, 12 odd years.
Because you were what? See, you were season 10, weren't you?
I think so. Yeah, 10, 11 years.
Somewhere.
The fans told me, we've never seen them do that to house occupants. How they treated, and this is fans, like, how they treated you and Tina was weird. We've never, it was like, Zach and them, they'll see a dust orb or something and call it Satan, and you guys, there were some things happening in the house that they were just so nonchalant on, like all the battery drainage of their equipment. They were just so, they never investigated that or looked into that. They would just, put another battery in there. It was just weird. And then how they put y'all on defensive, and then the Tina thing. So I want to clear the air about the Tina and the Zach almost headbutting. Okay. And this is true story because I was there.
Yes.
And this was edited out. So y'all know in the episode, me and Tina, there's a part of the episode where they tell me and Tina to walk around the house and talk to the spirits, right? It's pitch black and we can't see nothing. The house is pitch black. Now, the reason why it's pitch black is because when every show comes into a house, they put what we call these black cardboards all over the windows. The house is black even at nighttime or daytime. Daytime, nighttime, it doesn't matter. So it's pitch black. Me and Tina are walking up and down the house. They're telling us to do stuff, and they'll watch us from the garage. Somewhere in the episode, you see Zach enters the scene, and he's walking around in the kitchen. And what y'all don't hear is Tina is saying, "Well, we can't really see. We can't see nothing. We're nervous about bumping into the walls." And it's, "Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Just continue doing what you're doing." And then finally, Tina blurts out, "I smell burnt sage." She's like, I'm smelling burnt sage. Now, when me and Tina, when we smell burnt sage, that's a bad thing. We're like, whoa, maybe something's about to happen. Maybe Tina's not trying to make Zach and I'm aware of, I smell burnt sage. And nobody's paying attention to her. So Tina starts homing around. If you rewatch it, she's homing around the area where the smell is coming from. Well, one of the things they forgot to do, sort of like the Starbucks cup in Game of Thrones, showing up in the Game of Thrones episode, was when they did the sage stick reenactment, they forgot to remove the sage stick off the kitchen table. So it was still burning on the kitchen table. Nobody knows that. Tina smells it and she leans in above the sage stick. She can't even see Zach. All she sees is blackness.
It's pitch black, yes.
It's black. Zach leans in and they almost headbutt. Now they do this. They go, ah. Zach goes, ah. And I swear to God, true to form, Tina doesn't do ah. She should. She's the one living in the house from hell. Zach does it. And Tina tells Zach, stop acting like a pussy. She tells him that. Everybody in the control room bust out laughing. Everybody's like, and me and Tina were like, okay, it's funny, but it's not. We're like, okay, it's funny, but everybody was. They were belly up laughing. I knew later why everybody was laughing because he's known to act like a pussy on the show. Tina said that, and everybody started laughing, and then Zach was a little bit put off. He was a little bit like, you just called me a pussy, and we were like, so now fast forward 2 months later, we watched the episode, and I'm seeing this whole thing as they re-edited it, and I'm hearing Zach's voiceover. Now understand, that's voiceover. He's not talking in the house. He's saying that. He's saying that in a studio. I'm walking. He's like, I'm Zach, and I'm walking around the kitchen. I get this uneasy feeling about Tina, and he does a little head up thing. No, that's Hollywood right there. That's Hollywood right there.
Didn't he narrate in there him saying, "What's wrong with you," to Tina?
He narrated that in there. Yes.
Right.
He didn't say that to Tina. He couldn't, because Tina, if you watch the episode, they headbutt and it freezes. You don't see the after effect because Tina says, "Stop acting like a pussy." Obviously,
Right.
they cut that out, but they put in voiceover in. They put voiceover in. When you're in the editing room, you can slice and dice all you want and make a picture to be exactly what you want. It's what you want the audience to believe and what the takeaway for the audience. So the audience sees that, and all of a sudden, people were like, "Tina's the weird one. Tina's the ghost. Tina's the witch." And the social media just blew up on Tina as being number one, responsible, the culprit, the scary chick. All these weird names that didn't help the situation. Matter of fact, it led to our breakup because she was done. We can't get the priest to show up on time. We can't get paranormal teams to take us seriously. Here's this ghost adventure coming in for 5 hours, up and leaving. They're not talking to us when they left. And then they're not even telling what the show is about. And then when they show the show to the world, they scapegoat Tina. So Tina, she was done. She's like, I'm done. I'm done. F the ghosts, F paranormal teams, F Zach Baggins. I'm done. I've had it. I've had it. And yeah, that's what happened. And Tina moved out a year before I did. And the year remaining for me was 2015 and 2016. And that's when I dug deep to get the Steve Maras in the house.
Now, you were blackballed in the paranormal community because of Zach Baggins.
Yeah. Once the episode aired, paranormal teams that were sort of on the fence but maybe coming by felt that, and they told us that, they felt it would be a slap in Zach Baggins' face if they came in after him and found something. Whoa, I thought it was about me and Tina. What do you mean? It'd be or they felt their potential show, meaning whatever they were trying to do to get off the ground, would be severely hampered if they came to the Bothell house, because they were trying to curry favor with the Zach. I have the emails. I have tons of emails. I have, people saying, "Well, Ghost of just found nothing, so we're not going to come anymore." And I'm like, what? So
I mean, it is so unexcusable. Everything, and that's why I said in the beginning, your story is such a roller coaster ride. Trying to just get help and answers, on top of dealing with destruction in your home, you being physically attacked. I mean, it was a full circle chaos. So after the whole debacle with Zach Baggins and teams are going, no, how long did it take to get in contact? We're not even talking about bringing Steve Mira. Now, let me introduce you people to Steve Mira. Steve Mira is a parapsychologist based out of the UK. And Don Phillips is a medium. He's based out of the UK. I love them both. They're very blunt. They're very honest people. I've researched them. I've watched them talk. I've watched John Phillips do his own thing. So that's why I have said, when I talked about Keith, is people know him in the UK because of Don Phillips and Steve Mira. Unfortunately, if you follow Ghost Adventures, they would probably have seen your episodes, but That's why more British people know who you are than Americans. And it's sad because Steve Mira and Don Phillips broke it open for you.
Yeah.
So how long after the whole Zach Baggins debacle did you finally get in contact with Steve Mira?
Well, so the Ghost Adventures episode aired in February of 2015. Tina moved out of the house the end of February 2015. I think a week, maybe 10 days or so after the episode aired, and our relationship was ended. I found or discovered Steve Mara, I believe, late summer, early fall of 2015. How I found him was I had grown so frustrated with the paranormal process of not knowing who to trust, who to reach out to, who to be familiar with, that I start spending hours in the library, meaning downtown Seattle, trying to look up and understand this phenomena called poltergeist. And everywhere I went in my reading of books, Steve Mara's name was often referenced about poltergeist activity. These are not his books. These are books of people writing about poltergeist. Mm-hmm. And they would always quote him about the nature of the phenomena, how to deal with the phenomena, what's the origin of it, how it happens, how it transpires, the do's and don'ts. So his name kept coming up. And then finally one book I read with his name in it, that somebody put his email address. He had an organization. Mm-hmm. And so I said, I'm going to email this guy. He's in the UK. It was never my goal to get him here. My goal was to send him all the pictures, the evidence, the audio. Mm-hmm. Sound like a person who would find this interesting. And he did. Mm-hmm. So he reached out to me after I emailed him, and we set up a chat. Mm-hmm. And I went through the whole spiel. And he had Dawn reach out to me. And then they watched the Ghost Adventures episode. And I thought I would never hear from them again. Like,
right.
I'm never going to hear from these guys again. They're going to watch this episode and they're going to get the wrong conclusion. But obviously they did it because they're true professionals. Mm-hmm. Their comeback or takeaway from the episode was like yours or anybody who was sense of the paranormal of that case was handled wrong. The investigation was handled wrong. How they portrayed you and Tina. He was not so much concerned about the portrayal of me and Tina. He just thought the sloppy work by the team was just sloppy. He just like, that's, yep. It was just so cliche and this and therefore why, he's like, why would you get anything? You know?
Right.
He said, so then they said, they put me through, like I said, 4 months of interviewing, psychological analysis.
Oh, yes.
Questions. And it became a 4-month ordeal relationship. Mm-hmm. In conjunction with that, I don't want to overlook Nikki Novell's team, the U.S. team, mm-hmm. who did reach out to me after the Ghost Adventures episode. They found me. I didn't find them. And felt that I was treated poorly. And therefore, would I be interested, because they felt there was some there. They said, we think there's some there. We would like to house monitor your house from afar. Do you still have any of that electronic equipment that you have? We just want to monitor and listen in. And then step 2, if we get enough data, then we would want to come live in. Both teams, Nikki and Steve, which I always thought made sense.
Yes.
There's a difference between visiting a house and living mm-hmm. in a house. Mm-hmm. For your listeners, Zach and them were in the house 5 hours. If you know anything about paranormal, that's nothing.
No.
Steve Mara and them lived in the house 2.5 weeks. They came 2 trips.
And the interesting part is he did tell you, he's like, if you are creating any of these things, you're faking anything, we will send it out nationwide, worldwide, which, you know, you had nothing to lose, of course, because you weren't doing any of this.
Right.
So yeah, but the one thing that what Steve Mira said made so much sense. Steve Mira says, here is a man who's renting a home. It is getting destroyed. He's replacing doors. He's having to repaint. Furniture's getting destroyed. Things are missing. And he is spending money hand over fist, fixing, constantly fixing. And he says, no sane person would do what you're doing, going to the extent of fixing and replacing everything. I mean, even the marks they were making on your ceilings, he says no sane person would do this in a rental home.
Right.
Let alone a purchase. I mean, even if you own the home, that it's still stupid. And that resonated in me.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a difference between an investigator and a true researcher, because Steve Mira, having done hundreds of cases on his own and studied thousands more, and adding a psychological component of, here you have a guy and a girl living in a home, right, who are claiming they're having activity. And these are the things, you know, when Steve came to the home, he saw the damage to the walls. He saw the fire damage. He saw the holes in the walls. He saw me fixing, you know, the holes in the walls. He saw me painting over the black oil, the black ink. These are not the steps that a hoaxer would take for whatever purpose. And, you know, I could have ran under a rock after Ghost Adventures aired. No, I doubled down. You know, I'm like, come in, investigate. You're not going to find hoaxing here. You're not going to fakery here. But I was never insecure to think these guys are going to come here and find hoaxing, because it doesn't exist. It doesn't. No. And I knew, and it's going to sound weird, I knew, you know, trusting the spirits, that if they lived here, they're going to get some stuff. They're going to get some stuff. Now, one of the things I tell people, and Steve and Don never thought this, but paranormal teams did, and I don't know why they think that. Paranormal teams in the U.S. or locally in the state of Washington or Seattle or neighboring states will come into our house thinking that they're going to see Bibles catch fire, thinking that they're going to see large objects fly around in the house. And I tell them, no, that's who told you that? That stuff, most of it, is primarily for the house occupants. You know, yeah, you're going to catch evidence, but if you're coming here to see Bibles explode and light fishes explode, you might as well leave right now.
Because they do behave themselves.
They will behave themselves, and they know you're there to get that stuff.
Yep.
Therefore, it's not in their best interest to do that. Okay?
Right.
You know, now when you leave, and this has happened, you can get
it
that
kicks off
sign or the red light, then they're back at it again.
Yep.
You know, but Steve knew this, and if you live in the house, like, I don't know if you read Fire and Whispers or his book, but you see this documentary. Yeah, I've seen it. We saw a door open by itself. We saw a camera do a 186-degree turn by itself. We saw a ball go through a table. We saw the lights, you know, fall off a wall. We captured anomalies. We captured sound, you know, all this stuff. And so, yeah, therefore we have to conclude without a shadow of a doubt that Keith is telling the truth.
Yep.
Not because we saw a Bible catch fire. No. We didn't come in expecting to catch a Bible to catch fire.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we came in with our gear and captured crazy phenomena. This crazy, the shadowy figures. They got that.
Yep. Yep.
They got that in the infamous hallway. They saw that.
Mm-hmm. And what people got to understand, Steve Mira is so thorough that he took his Olympus digital recorders and took them to Olympus and said, explain to me why I'm picking up voices. And Olympus was like, we don't know. We can't. Yeah. They inspected it. Right. I mean, that's how detailed his investigations are.
Yeah, because you want to be able to be one thing, they were very scientific.
Yes.
If you get an anomaly like the Olympus and you take it back to the engineers that created it, what is that? You know, they're like, we don't know what that is. That supports your claim. Microsoft, when I was a beta tester for their Xbox in 2013, picked up all kind of weird black shadows on their 360 as they were beta testing it in my house. Anomalies that the Xbox Connect, I'm talking about the prototype, that they could not ascertain root cause. And these are the creators and designers of the tool. And they were like, we don't know what these floating orbs are. This is them, not me. They were calling back to research and development saying, look at all these anomalies coming out of this. Now, I know because I live in a Bothell house what it is, but I'm not going to tell them because I think I'm crazy. But they said that. I captured their back and forth amongst themselves and was like, yeah, that's the ultimate objectivity right there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I mean, these guys are so thorough. I mean, you had Dawn crawl under your crawl space so tight.
Yeah.
To pick up voices and to crawl back out. And even Steve Mira himself was so shocked because y'all couldn't get a hold of him for 20 minutes. Yet you could hear him down there. And he comes back with two voices, a male and a female, which sound Irish.
Right. Yeah. With the Irish voices, the going into the forest behind the house. Spending numerous hours in City Hall and County Records Office.
Yes.
See, like I said, the things you don't normally see on TV because it's all glamorous and all that. I spent 14 hours in the Snohomish County Records Office pulling up info about the house. And upon doing so, we discovered that there was a house built on that lot in the 1940s.
Exact plot.
The exact spot. Our house faces away from the creek behind the house. This house faces the creek behind the house. And the circumstances of why that house disappeared is still unknown. The trail grew cold, and it was the only house in that area for a considerable amount of time. And like I said, it was just weird to find a house in that exact spot. But I didn't find that easy. It took a long time. I had to go through a lot of microfilm. Not very exciting to go through microfilm in the middle of a day, take a day off of work, and sit in the office with all these boxes and go through them one by one. But when you find something, that's your reward. Aha, a house. Going back to Rhonda, no paranormal team never thought to do this, and I don't know why, but the idea hit me because I would always go back to what Rhonda told me about being suicidal. about trying to kill herself in the house. And I was like, you know what? I wonder if there's some data on that. Meaning, if she tried to kill her house, maybe some EMT or fire department responded, 911 call. And it was a Hail Mary, but the reward was great because I called the Snohomish County office. The sheriff, I said, hey, because I was still living in the house, can you send me all the 911 calls to this house? And they're like, yeah, that's part of the Freedom Information Act.
Mm-hmm.
You asked for it, we got it. They said, well, yes, I need all of them. I found my 911 call. That was relatively easy. The one I called about the poster. They got that. And then I found 4 more of when Rhonda lived in the house. Now, remember what I said when Rhonda said she lived in the house? Her son saw shadowy figures. He said she tried to kill herself 4 times in the house. Well, there were 4 911 records for her where the psychological department who answers such a call would respond.
Did you hear the scream?
Huh?
Did you hear the scream?
No.
There was a very loud, long scream as you were talking.
Oh, I didn't hear anything.
Sorry,
nothing surprises me, but
right.
wouldn't be the first time. But these 911 records show there's one in particular that caught my interest was when the sheriff department responded to a distress call. Rhonda's husband, who was an Alaska fisherman, like I said, had not heard from Rhonda in a few days. And the church that they belonged to would periodically look in on her, had not heard from her. So the husband called the church called 911. The neighbors had reported of a woman screaming the next door, and that was the Bottle House. So the sheriff department, a deputy, responded to the 911 call. And this is what he wrote in his report. This is his report because they keep good records. And he's writing in his report, pulled up to the house. He pulled up to the front house, walks up the driveway.
Okay, wait a minute. The neighbor heard screaming.
The neighbor heard screaming coming from the Bottle House, called 911.
Because I'm not the only one. Everybody has said they heard the same scream as me. And you're just now talking about the screaming.
Yeah. Coincidental, huh? So he comes to the house, go back to the screaming. He can hear a woman screaming from the garage, inside the garage. The sheriff can. He rings the doorbell, no response. He writes his report what he hears screaming. And then he can hear a woman saying, why can't y'all just leave me alone? She's screaming that in the garage.
Wow.
He rings the doorbell, no answer. He now, hearing a woman screaming, has, whatever you want to call it, the right to go behind the house. He walks behind the house, opens up the wooden fence, goes to the backyard. He goes to the backyard. He sees the sliding door. There's a mattress stuffed in the glass sliding door. Mattress. Which tells you this event happened after Rhonda broke the sliding door. Instead of paying for the door to be repaired, her remedy was stick a mattress through the sliding door. He sees the mattress stuck through the sliding door. This is the sheriff deputy. This is in his report, which is in my book, by the way, the report. He removes the mattress and enters the home. Nobody is downstairs. He's now in the kitchen/den area. He hears a woman screaming again. Why can't y'all leave me alone? I just want to be left alone. And then finally, Rhonda arrives or comes out of the garage door. She's bleeding from arm to arm. She's got a screwdriver in her hand. She's used a screwdriver to gash her veins. The sheriff tells, well, not sheriff, the deputy. The deputy says, drop the screwdriver. He pulls out his stun gun because she's coming toward him. I just want to be left alone. They won't leave me alone. She's not on the phone. She's not on the cell phone. She's not on the landline. Who is she screaming to? There's nobody in the home but her. But she's coming toward him. She's bleeding profusely. She's got a screwdriver in her hand. He stuns her after the third warning. She falls to the ground. And then as she's being gurneyed out, obviously it's suicide attempt. She's just like, they won't leave me alone. And he writes all this in his report. And I'm reading this. This is the house me and Tina sleep in. This is the house we had housewarming parties in. This is the house that Ghost Ventures was in. This is the house that Steve Merritt, Don Phillips was. A woman, the fourth time, gassed her arms with a screwdriver, bleeding profusely, screaming to the air, they won't leave me alone. This is the Bothell house. She said she broke the sliding door with a rock because her baby was crying. When I moved into the house, there was no screen door. The sheriff deputy arrives at the house. There's a mattress stuffed in the screen door. You can't make this stuff up. And the only reason why I kept this stuff was because an idea hit me. If anything Rhonda said was true, and I never doubted her, I just wanted some physical data to support what she said.
Right.
And I struck gold because there it was. It's the police he wrote it, not me.
Right.
Date, law, case number, the resolution, conclusion, all that stuff. Sheriff's report, like I said, it's in the book of what he saw when he arrived, what he heard, and he wrote, and he circled it, the last sentence of the line he wrote, and he circled it. So, and I tried to find him, Kim, because he wrote his officer's name. I've been trying to find him, but I can't find him. And he wrote on there, no one else in the home, ? You can't make this stuff. So I know in his mind, he was like, who was
what the hell's going on?
Yeah. Who is the who? Why can't they just leave me alone? Who was they? Who was the who? Who was she talking to in the garage? Why the garage? And then, because she would tell me her suicidal thoughts of the voices all in the house. The house was a living hell. It was the beginning of the end of that place. She said she never stopped hearing those voices when she moved out. And she said the voices, and I know because I've heard those same voices. I hear them, those same voices, some of those EVPs that Don and Steve caught, they're the same voices. They talk all the time. It's a camera. It's a camera. Mm-hmm. Why? That's the voices.
This is the amazing thing with Steve and Dawn's investigation. They said they had gotten over the first time they were there, over 400 EVPs. These are EVPs that are heard on the digital recorder. They're EVPs that are heard on the camera mic. And these are disembodied voices that you can actually hear.
Yeah. Clear voices. They captured 434 Class A, Class B EVPs. Mm-hmm. They had to, for sake of didn't want to debate, threw away Class C and Class D EVPs.
Right.
They captured what Don referred to as an AVP, actual voice phenomena.
Yep.
Voice that's pulled out of the air.
Yep.
Sentences, intelligent thought, intelligent speech. Child, male, female, young adult, male, female, older adult. Some of the voices were of Irish accents, which we know in the 1800s, Bothell was heavily populated with Irish settlers.
Yep.
Yeah, and then the second time they came with former president of the SSPR, Nick Kyle.
Oh, but hang on. While they're there interviewing the first time, they're talking to your neighbors.
Yeah.
They found one of the builders, one of the workers that worked for the builder. And this is what's going to blow everybody's mind. And my husband being European, it blows his mind. He is sitting there at the table telling Steve that, yes, on your plot, I shouldn't say your plot because it's not your house, but on the plot in the house that you live in, they actually dug up bones. They stopped, went to City Hall. City Hall shrugged. Now, in Europe, it doesn't matter where in Europe or the UK, the minute they find any kind of remains, everything's shut down. And all the archaeologists come in, the students from the university come in, they want to find out. No, not here in America. Oh, you dug up bones? Let's not, who cares? Who cares? I mean, that right there would have been so intriguing to find out. Is it native? Is it the Irish? Whose bones are these?
Well, yeah, I mean, there are, even, I still live in Boston to this day, but there are numerous places in the Pacific Northwest where you can drive and see what they call it, abandoned cemeteries because back in the 1800s, people just buried their close kin, their family in their backyard. They had a lot to bury the dead. Native Americans, even Native Americans in the Pacific Northwest, buried their people above ground. They don't bury them underground. They bury them in trees. Most Native Americans, I don't say most, but a percentage, buried their loved ones above ground and in trees. Mm-hmm. We know the city of Bothell in the Pacific Northwest, but specifically Bothell, there was a smallpox outbreak in the mid-1800s that decimated 500 Native Americans in the Bothell area. We know, and this is easily researchable online, just Google Bothell, Washington, and you'll find yourself there was factions war between the Native Americans and the local settlers.
Yep.
Where both sides were put in mass graves or shallow graves, I should say. Going back to the black oil, I haven't talked much about that, but I had the black oil tested and analyzed, and it came back bone black. I remember when I started telling people or asking people, what's bone black? And if you're here, call your Home Depot tomorrow and say you would like a can of bone black. They will look at you funny. They will not know what it is. Bone black is incinerated buffalo or bison bone. Yep. It's an ancient, primitive form, however, very reliable form of black paint. Yep. It was used primarily in the 1800s and before as a form of pictography and calligraphy. When you see the black oil in my office, you just can't have a knee-jerk reaction and say that looks like krill or spray paint. Have it tested, have it analyzed, and that's what I did.
But look at it closely too, because that was the other very interesting thing. Because at a distance, you could at a distance go, well, he spray painted. But if you look up close to these pictures, they are intricately done. They're very fine lines and dots that created the 666, the native symbols. I mean, this is a painstaking thing that they did like that.
Yeah, and to go even further, and I did this too, I put the wooden door underneath a microscope and found that same black oil that you can see with the naked eye is also embedded in the wood, but it's invisible to the naked eye because it's so microscopically small. Those dots that you see that form lines and strings to form words, we're talking about 1200 to 1500 magnification to where they're easily visible on dots on top of dots on top of dots, which suggests that the black oil or the raw writings that you see started off at the microscopic level. It started off at the microscopic level and grew to the macro. Macro is what we see with our naked eye. But something told me, go deeper, put it under a microscope and see what I can see when I increase magnification. And it's the bone black. It's been tested. Like I said, this is scientific analysis. Yep. It's debunked proof. And anybody can test it. Anybody can test it to see. It was interesting. They chose bone black or bone char, the upside down man, the upside down stick figure. That was easily traceable because that means that's a Native American symbol. It means a man has died or a man is about to die. When the Native Americans drew that symbol, it meant a man was either murdered or he or she died of smallpox or disease. Like I say, pictography is different than language or our language.
Right.
Draw certain symbols or animals or people to mean a specific thing. It's not that bird means 20 things. No, that bird upside down means something totally different. And where it's positioned, it means something totally different. An upside down stick figure of a man means specifically a man was murdered or a man or a female died of smallpox. And we know smallpox ran rampant in Bothell as it did throughout from Alaska to mid portions of California in the 1800s. That's been verifiable. But look up Bothell specifically and you'll see. Remember in the scene, going back to Ghost Adventures, not to harp on them, but it's true, where they were like, we did our research and we could not find any Native Americans ever living in the Bothell area. That's BS. That's total BS.
Right.
Still to this day, don't know why they said that. They must have forgot the word internet because anybody can easily go after them and debunk that claim because Bothell, Washington is inside the county. It's called Snohomish County. Snohomish is a Native American tribe. Bothell was founded out of a settler named Bothell. His name was Bothell, but they named the county after the Native Americans. Bothell, Washington, if you go to Bothell, Washington Wikipedia or Bothell, Washington Chambers of Commerce, they will tell you this was all Native American relatively in the mid-1800s, not that long ago. And there were wars and there were factions. The name Seattle was a Native American name. His name was Chief Seattle. There was a huge war between all the neighboring factions during that time frame. And you have that. You fast forward to modern day, bone black, bone char, Native American symbol. These are, for anybody who's still doubt the validity of this case, they do it because they choose to remain in ignorance.
Now I have to ask, do you know if any of the tribes still remain?
Remain as far as
in Bothell or in that area that would tribe.
The tribes still exist here. Yeah, they still exist. They're not. There's the Skycomish, Snohomish tribes. They're very active.
Okay,
that's why the Catholic Church knew or was trying to reach out to them, the shamans, because most of some of the malevolent hauntings that happened in this area can be linked to the tribe, meaning that the tribes will tell you, yeah, I mean, there are spirits here that felt wronged, who were not buried properly, who were murdered. I mean, I think Pacific Northwest alone, over 500,000 Native Americans died of smallpox only because the vaccine was purposely not given to them.
Mm-hmm.
Purposely not given to them. So Chief Seattle said, may he rest in peace, said, you're always going to have spirits here who feel it's their right to avenge.
Yeah, they've been slighted.
They've been slighted, and they're going to avenge the new people, meaning the new world.
Yep.
It's not
Now,
personal. It's
now, were you ever able to get a shaman from that tribe to come out?
Yeah. I've had 2 shamans come to the home to conduct ceremonies. I mean, we planted an apple tree. We planted tobacco, whiskey, cigarettes, salmon as a peace offering. The shamans came in, but they're like anybody else. It works, but it doesn't work. You know, we try what we try and hope that it works. Just because it doesn't work is really doesn't mean that for lack of trying. It's just, we're dealing with the same thing you guys are dealing with, the supernatural.
Right.
These things are pissed off. We can tell you things to do, and that's what they told. We can tell you things to do to not piss them off on a regular basis, which was like the smudging. Probably not a good idea to just display Christianity stuff all over your house when it was Christianity that did them in.
Exactly.
So you coming in with crosses here and there, they seen that, they know that. Some of their kinfolk and family were killed who did convert. You're smudging incorrectly, or you just smudge, period. Smudging back in the day was for something the shaman did, was something the medicine doctor did. Not every Native American could pick up a sage stick and start going like I'm doing, and I'm doing it all wrong. So yeah.
So like my husband is from Holland, and so he doesn't understand. And as I told him, I said, the natives, your loved ones passed. You don't talk about them. They have moved on to a higher plane. You don't want to bring them back. That's not fair. I said, only one person is able to work with spirits, and that is the shaman.
Yeah.
I said, nobody else is allowed to work with spirits. He works with the spirits.
Right.
And so the interesting thing is I watched Steve Mira and I watched John Phillips, and I can pick up the Irish accents, and you can hear faintly some Native American accents.
We got some. There's some Native American EVPs on my channel, my books, and in Steve. There's a Q&A in the forest where Don asks, "Are there any Native Americans present?" And you hear it say yes. It says yeah, it's here. So that's not far fetched. But
now, Saber, he did do all the peace offerings. He had 2 shamans come, so he's done all the peace offerings. I think the anger and the rage. I love researching the paranormal, and there was a family that moved into a house that was haunted. They couldn't figure it out. Turns out it was a Native American warrior who was unjustly killed. And I mean, he was going after their livestock. They were going after him. Nothing they could do, even the shaman, nothing they did. The peace offerings, going out there. I mean, he went out there and chanted for hours trying to bring peace. But that anger was so deep, they had to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, it was killing their horses. I mean, the rage is so deep. So They come, they visit, they get all kinds of tons of stuff. They come back a second time. How long between the two visits?
I think it was 3 months. It came in January, February, and came back in April.
And this is what I love, because I know of the Scottish Research Center.
Yeah.
I am well aware of them. They're the only research center. They're very scientific about how they investigate, how they get their evidence. I mean, they are meticulous. So when I heard they brought this third person in who had no dog in the fight, he knew of Steve Mira but never worked with him. He knew of Don Phillips. He was just there to say, the evidence they're collecting, they're doing it right, or they're doing it wrong. Obviously, they were doing it right. And to me, that was fascinating, because here in America, we don't have a research center anywhere.
Nope.
Where people can go and take their evidence and have it put under the microscope. The Scottish do.
Yeah, and that's what Steve, it was, when they came the first time, it was never planned for a second visit. What Steve and Dawn, and they said this, so I can say it too, the evidence blew them away. Steve has done poltergeist cases throughout Europe, throughout the UK, and he's seen some stuff. And when you got 400 plus EVPs and you got all this other stuff, so when they got back to home base to their colleagues, they sort of had the problem me and Tina had when we're telling paranormal team what's going on, because their colleagues are saying, nobody gets 400 EVPs. There's got to be ambient noise. There's got to be equipment malfunction. 400, Steve. Da 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 da. So Steve was like, "No, this is the real deal." And then I started having new activity, meaning the yellow oil, which you see in the documentary, coming from the living room wall.
Yep.
The black wall writings appearing on Patty's truck, or her husband's truck.
I was about to bring that up.
And they've said, well, like I said, the Scottish Research Center is a very conservative paranormal research center.
Mm-hmm.
They call it like they see it, but you got to have your ducks in a row. And when they were there, they went through tooth and nails classifying the evidence. It was not, if three people couldn't agree on it, it didn't get cataloged.
Right.
You can't scream, "Hey, I got something," and get to the room and then it's not there anymore and catalog that evidence. No, they had a lot of meetings and sessions, mm-hmm. and that's what Nick Kyle was there for, because this data, this evidence has to survive me, them, and Nick Kyle, because there's going to be naysayers, right? And there's always going to be with that regardless. But when it came back the second time, I always tell people in my books, the second investigation was better than the first. Mm-hmm. Even though they got less EVPs, with 100 plus or 200 still a lot, they got the shadow figures. You saw the experiment Steve did with the bed when he put the motion sensors under my mattress.
Yo.
They corded off the room, taped it off, came back, the sirens are ringing.
Yeah.
The motion sensor is on the floor.
A foot away from the bed. A foot
away from the bed. Steve removed it. That spot where the motion sensor was laying kept a 9 milligauss, I believe, EMF reading for 3 hours.
3 hours, yes.
Nothing. And he said, science can't explain why. We can't explain that. He saw his compass did circles and cartwheels, my infamous bed. They took my bed apart. Who takes a bed apart?
Right.
It's an IKEA bed. Trust me, you don't want to take an IKEA bed apart unless
no.
But they did, and he put his compass to it, and it started doing cartwheels where I was reporting the poking and the prodding and the heartbeats. Nikki's team felt the heartbeats. They put their bed on the mattress and felt the pulsating. with their own hand. And she said to the day, she said, there's no equipment that can capture that, but we felt it. He keeps, he talks about this mattress beating on its own, like, and it did. So,
Yep. I mean, it is incredible the amount of evidence on both times investigating that they had collected. And I mean, Dawn, that man, to get to that creek was a nightmare. And that was at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, so that he would get less, ambient disturbance. He's crawling under your house. The crawl space is very small and tight. He's crawling under there and getting evidence. He got evidence out in the back at the creek. I mean, it's insane. Everything. I mean, I remember they said the first time they got to your house, they needed to go and run to Walmart. They needed to pick up things. And y'all got in the car and your front door just opened.
Yeah.
And what blew Steve's mind is, of course, y'all get out. The door is still locked.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, that is just mind-blowing. And as I said, you can never go into a location just once. You got to spend time. These beings, these spirits, they're not dumb. They're intelligent. And the way I explain to people is, you can't move on a spirit or a being unless they want to. It's called free will.
Yeah.
You can ask them to leave. You can ask them to behave. But unless they want help to be moved on, and this is such a fascinating case. That's why it blew my mind. It's like, why doesn't more people know about this? It's frustrating that in Scotland they have a research center, that they are deadly serious about this, yet we don't have anything here. Nothing.
No. We got the Travel Channel.
As I said, I have never watched Ghost Adventures. I never saw your episode. It never intrigued me. When I saw your first interview, I don't know what it was. It was a poll, and I had to find out as much as I could. I found you. I've watched everything that Steve Mira has done. I've watched everything Dawn Phillips has done. The story just kept pulling me in and pulling me in. I mean, how long ago was it when I watched your interview? 4 years? It's been a while.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And from then to now, I have never been able to let go of it because it is so intriguing. It is so mind-blowing. It blows Amityville away. It blows Enfield away. Tell me what haunting in America that you and Tina were subjected to.
Yeah, I mean, 4 years of pure hell. Now you have the evidence that's sort of on par with the activity of, substantiating our claim. You talked about Steve and Dawn seeing the door open on its own, seeing the pitter-patter footsteps when Steve went up to respond to his motion cameras, his tripwire going off in the hallway. Something was running from the direction that they were coming. The shadowy figures, the EVPs, wall writing, there's enough for anybody to take a piece of and spend an eternity investigating or researching. But you're right. It's laziness here in the States, which is unfortunate. Um, but yeah, there's some teams abroad, uh, Scotland, UK, Australia, Germany. Portuguese is a German word. Uh,
Yep.
who see this and know from seeing it, they can determine, yeah, there's some there. It's not all hoopla.
Hmm.
But it's unfortunate for these neck of the woods that's a different. I think the maturity. I noticed there's a disparity from a maturity level about the paranormal between North America and Europe. I mean, maybe
Yes.
it's because we're new world and they're old world, and they've been dealing with this. You know, look at Portuguese cases in Brazil and South America. They put mine to shame. I have nothing compared to them. They go to Afghanistan, Iraq, and far eastern countries about their Portuguese cases. We had several fires. My clothes caught fire. While I was
Yep.
while I
Yep.
was wearing it. There are Portuguese, I call them pyropults, who
Hmm.
burn your house down with you in it. And
Hmm.
I don't ever want to get to that level. I'm glad we did it. But there are cases right now of that happening around the world. So, yeah.
I think what it is because I lived 4 years in Holland, and I think what it is the haunting is very different over there than here. And I think it's more of a respect. And where here in America, it's these teams that want the fame,
Yeah.
but you have to work your tail off, and they don't want to work their tail off. I mean, I know Steve Mira before your case even said that he has stayed in locations in the UK. So, I mean,
Hmm.
it's sad because we could learn so much, especially from the Scottish. Um,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and I had visited Scotland. I was in Edinburgh, right in the heart of Edinburgh, and the way how so serious they take things is mind blowing.
Yeah.
And they just don't work with anybody. Oh, I'm this big famous team in America. Don't care.
Don't care.
Don't care. Not motivated. So
No.
okay. So the interesting part is now you've moved out
Yes.
and you're still having issues.
Yeah. I call the issues I'm having now. There was the physical. Now there's the spiritual issues or the metaphysical or semi-physical of the poking and prodding, the occasional night terror or nightmare. And like I said, we all had nightmares growing up. These nightmares and night terrors are different. These are way different. Um, the tugging of the sheets, the bumping of the bed. You're laying in bed, something sits down on the edge of the bed, the mattress indentation. That happens a lot. Tapping on the headboard happens a lot. Um, I have expensive, sensitive digital stethoscopes. Digital, very expensive, state of the art, that can pick up and have picked up, and it's on my YouTube channel, the disembodied heartbeats
Mm-hmm.
coming from both pillow and mattress. I'm not in the bed. I don't conduct experiments in the bed. These are highly sensitive equipment with built-in Bluetooth, built-in Wi-Fi. I could be in the next room over, or I could be half world. I can operate these digital stethoscopes a world away or half a world away. And they pick up these because they amplify sound 100 to 1,000 times and put it in the cloud. I can share these relatively easy, send you a link, anybody a link. And that's what I like about this technology. but they pick up the disembodied heartbeats.
Mm-hmm.
They pick up the movement within the bed. And by their definition, by the software's definition, these are anomalies that they can't explain. The software, the code.
Right.
You know? And so that still happens. Shadowy figures, yeah, they corner the eye, yeah, that never gets old. Apporting, teleportation of items, missing items.
Yep.
I just came from a trip last week, and I'm in the hotel, and my car key, the two cars they give you for your hotel door are missing. Things like that. But it never gets old. Or I'm on a date. I've had women. Because I'm trying to rebuild my life, rebuild my relationship status, and most women, you meet them online or you meet them and I don't broadcast the Bothell House, but they find out about it anyways because they Google my name.
Right.
And they're like, oh, you're that demon guy. Oh, break it off with you. I don't want anything part of that. But those that do, who are sort of gung-ho, like, I don't care about no demon. You're a swell guy. I don't care. But then they see a shadow figure in their house, not mine. Then I get the Dear John letter saying, hey, you're a nice guy, but, and I understand that. But right. So which do I prefer? It's weird. I wish both would go away. One has, because obviously I moved out of the Bothell House. One still remains. But it's periodical. It's not every day. Well, the bed stuff is every day or every night. But the teleportation of objects that happens, or water puddle, a wine glass flew across the room back in February of this year. That was weird. Fire. I uploaded a video on my YouTube channel talking about the fire that poltergeist can cause and how they cause it. And there was a fire in my bedroom. As soon as I hit the upload button, like when you do this video or whatever, and put it on YouTube, as soon as I hit that, my fire alarm went off in my entire unit. And it reminded me of the Bothell House because my unit filled up with smoke and my bedroom was a fire. So stuff like that, yeah. So those are the things.
So it's not to the extreme of what the house was.
No. It's not to that extreme. No. Thank God.
The interesting thing is, when we talked, you had told me your landlord knew about the investigations, knew about Ghost Adventures, knew everything. He still kept closed mouth.
Well, it's his house, so I had to get approval for every team to come in there, right?
Right.
I'm just a renter. I thought when I tell my landlord that, hey, we got burning Bibles, burning posters, wall writings, he was going to start proceeding with eviction proceedings or have us committed because this is his house. Mm-hmm. I wrote in my books that of his calm demeanor and acceptance. I even put the email that he sent me where he, even admitted that it's possibly spirits in the house that's causing this. So I knew he knew something. Number one, it's a new home built in 2005. Why isn't he living in it? Something happened to where he moved out immediately and put the house on the market for renting. I don't know what it is, but I do know he's from India. So I do know Indians from India. They're very sensitive to the paranormal. Mm-hmm. And they will not step foot in the house if they don't have to. And he never stayed long in the house. So when the investigators came, he never came to meet them. He never came to greet them. He never came to see for himself some of the phenomena or the damage. And I thought that was interesting. When I came time to move out, we had to do the reverse walkthrough where we're walking through the house again.
Right.
I got all my deposit back. Good credit history, gave him the keys, and he when I left, he left. He did not stay in the house. He did not walk around, to maybe do odds and ends, but he left when I left. And so, yeah, I think he knows something, but what exactly I couldn't tell you.
The interesting thing is whoever's living there, I wonder,
They're going to have activity. What Steve Mera said, and I agree with, is the house is always going to be haunted.
Mm-hmm.
The haunted me and Tina experience come one every 50 to 100 years, okay? If you go by, the Enfield, the Abbeville's of the world, that's about right. Give it 40, 50 years, okay? Um, what we went through and somebody coming in after us, no poltergeist is going to do what it did to us, the two occupants in a row. That's just, no, it's not. It doesn't work that way. They will, according to Steve, experience what is called a low level 1 activity. And it's my belief that more people experience these activities, we just don't notice it.
Right.
We don't call attention to it. Items go missing all the time. Not too many of us give a hoot, right? We just get a new item. Lights go off all the time. Electrical issues go off all the time. We just call a repairman. The repairman says, I can find nothing wrong. That happens every day in this world.
Mm-hmm.
That house is going to have something. As long as you don't focus on it or call attention to it or try to challenge it, you might be able to get out of it with the skin on your teeth. Me, things I did wrong were trying to look the darkness dead in the eye. Well, the darkness looks you back.
Yep.
Challenging it because I didn't know what I was doing. If it's a husband and wife who lives in the house right now, I have not met them. I don't want to meet them. I don't want to give them the idea to peek around their shoulder, walk on eggshells, because that's
Right.
all the spirit needs to do something. They know the house is haunted. They were in a better situation when they got the house than we were. They knew the house is haunted. We told them, the internet told them, the world told them, the realtor told them. They got the house anyway. And that is that. I'm very easy to get a hold of. You can Google Keith Linder and find me like that. My emails are in all 3 books. I still have friends who live in that neighborhood, so I'm very easy to get a hold of. But I don't want them to have any activity. If they never have any activity, I'm glad. I'm not one of those people. Well, I want them to have activity to prove that I had activity. No. They don't need to substantiate me and Tina. We've already been substantiated. That house, I hope it never gets to the level that we got or what Rhonda got.
Right. I mean, it's interesting because me and my husband were talking. He always loves to pick my brain. Why, I don't know. But we were talking, and as I explained to him, I said, you have old world Irish who, they believe in the trolls and the fairies, which is in the same line as elementals that Indians believe in.
Yeah.
And I told him, this deep down gut feeling that I think not all native tribes cursed lands, but it's not unheard of that if they're being run off from their land, pushed off, decimated, they'll come back and curse your land. So it makes me wonder, you have the Irish, Celtic, also believe in curses. And you got the Indians. Could the two have possibly put some kind of deep down curse on this?
Well, if you're talking about the Bothell House?
Yeah. That property, not the house, but the property itself.
Well, I mean, we know Steve classified the haunting as what he called, it's an acronym, LIH. It's a local intelligent haunting. But he put in parentheses, landlocked phenomena, meaning you can blow that house up, there's still going to be phenomena there because it's tied to the land.
Yep.
Okay. We know, based on the evidence and based on research, that there are certain spirits, it's not so much their name, but there are certain entities who cater or, I guess, congregate around
Mm-hmm.
bad events.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there was a darkness in Rhonda's home. There was it's like the chicken or the egg. Which came first? The suicidal that Rhonda went through or the haunting? I believe the haunting beget all of that.
Yeah.
But I believe, because people always say, well, why that house and not the other houses? And number one, you don't know about what's going on in the other houses because it could be low-level phenomena. And we do have some anecdotal evidence that suggests some of the homes are haunted around the Bothell house. Remember, the neighbor whose house was next to mine to the right said that their dogs behave weird in their house,
Yep.
that the dogs don't go to certain rooms or the rooms closest to my house.
Yep.
My friend Rich, I don't know if you remember him through the doc or the book, who lives a half a block away, reports of objects moving and flying in his house. It's so low level, he barely mentions it, but it does happen from time to time. Pulling up all the 911 records of the home, of the neighborhood, which is about 120 houses there, there are reports of false alarms, meaning the home sensors of all these houses go off and nobody can explain why. The 911 sheriff department are always responding to false alarms in that neighborhood of people's electrical alarm systems going off. I'm talking about the house monitoring systems. That happens in another home neighborhood in Bothell. We know because we pulled the data and they admitted that and it shows them the data. So, but nobody's screaming ghosts because, nobody's thinking ghosts. But over there, my house could be the center of it all.
Mm-hmm.
But other areas near the vicinity, yeah, there is. But every culture on this planet, every culture has, it might be worded differently, talks about demons, curses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, go to Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
I have friends who live in Hawaii. They talk to the natives. They will tell you there's statues. Go to Egypt. You don't take that out of the Pharaoh's tomb. You take that out people die. People have gotten sick.
Mm-hmm.
You don't. Be careful what you bring home from a thrift store. My grandmother told me that as a kid. Be careful what you bring home from a thrift store. You don't know.
Yep.
You don't know where that came in. You bring a doll or a trinket or something. We don't know what's attached to. It could be cursed, but things do lie dormant.
Yes.
And something wakes. What's interesting to me is this poltergeist. I'm talking about all of them. Poltergeist with an S at the end of it.
Yes.
Found me and Tina wanting. It found us interesting to the point to where it said, we're going to play with them. Mm-hmm. It might not have played with the previous family before us, but something about our persona, something about us, it says it found us interesting. On day one, the kid called. That's where it made up the mind. We want them. They're all Huckleberry. We want them. So therefore, it's game on. They can go dormant. They can go hibernate. People should look at the similarities between me and Rhonda. Me and Tina and Rhonda's family. Granted, we didn't have kids, but there are similarities between me and Rhonda and her husband and me and Tina. There are a lot of similarities there that are interesting. So I look at it from that angle. So yeah, there's all kind of things worthy to look at and study, and people should. I'm still studying. I learn something new every day about my kids.
So, like Selena said, so if a neighbor, if a neighbor has a low level activity, they either ignore it or they won't mention it. And
right. Some people just don't mention it, ignore it. If you're clairvoyant or absent-minded, you just ignore it. Some people just up and move. There was a house that lived in front of ours where it changed ownership at least 3 times when me and Tina lived in the Bothell house. Now, I don't know why, but 3 people didn't stay in the house long. A lot of people told us had that happened to them, they would have moved on day 1. So some people just moved, don't tell anybody.
Yep.
Most people just don't notice. You know how many times, think about it. If you have a kid and they come, Mommy, there's a monster in my bedroom. Mommy, there's a monster under my bed. Mommy, something poked me. What do you tell them? Johnny, no more ice cream for you after 9 o'clock, okay? We're done with that. You go to bed, go to sleep. We just disavow it. Johnny might be telling the truth. You know?
Well, see, that's my problem, because my first apparition, and like you said, was a full body. I mean, he was not see through. He stood right there. And what's funny is my father, in the same house, same room, when he was 16, saw the same thing. And we didn't even know it until I was an adult and I was talking about it. And he's like,
Yeah.
how do you know I saw that?
Yeah, they didn't tell nobody.
And then, as my husband, I moved to Holland. I tell him, I'm just telling you, I have these abilities. I moved into a brand new house, first owner. Walk into my master bedroom. This big burly man literally comes rushing up and is just screaming in my face. And of course, it takes me by shock, as it would anybody. I step back and I'm like, okay, I'll ignore him. He'll go away.
Yeah.
And when I was by myself, my 150-pound Doberman was like, nope, I'm not coming in that bedroom with you. And that's where I broke down. And I'm calling my dad going, what do I do? What do I do? He goes, talk to him. Talk to him. That man followed me from that house to Holland.
Right. Mine followed me. Mm-hmm. They're in my luggage. They're on a plane with me. They're checking in with me. They're messing up my Wi-Fi. They're inconveniencing me. They're everywhere. Do I want to get rid of them? Yeah, but can't. We tried. We're still trying. I can only try to lessen the activity and hope to God they don't return back to doing worse things. But yeah, they follow. I don't think I didn't have this stuff before the Bothell House, but I have it now because I call it the Chernobyl experience.
Mm-hmm.
Once you go through Chernobyl, that radiation level, to be it high or low, somebody can still wave a wand on you and still pick up Chernobyl. Yep. Might not be significant to cause you radiation damage or sickness, but you're going to always have that on you for as long as you live.
It's changed you.
It takes thousands of years for it to wear off. So
it changed. You.
Yeah, it changes you. And they know that. You see, there's a reason why, I saw the apparition that Tina did. Tina was always somewhat envious of not seeing the full body. I'm like, you'd be glad you didn't. But somehow they felt me, interesting enough to reveal themselves in full body form. Maybe they thought, well, he's the one that's going to be the guy who be technical about it all. We can see where his brain is at. And yeah, he's the one we want. So yeah, but yeah, I've seen the gray lady, the white lady, but look, as a result of, the evidence, had me and Tina not stayed in the house as long as we did, none of what we talked about would have came into fruition. There would have been no Steve Mara, no Dawn,
right?
No 430 EVPs, no Bone Black, no Black Oil. Mm-hmm. None of that would have been just thrown by the wayside, and the spirits would have been like, oh man, gosh. Will somebody please stay in this house long enough we try to give you data.
Right.
Somebody just living here. Not 5 days, but still living here.
See, what's funny is my husband did not believe in heaven and hell. He didn't believe in God. He didn't believe in spirits. And I come into his life and he's like, you blew it up. I mean, even our dog that we bought as a puppy was picking up things. And I would just reach over and go, it's okay, Bruiser. It's okay. I'm right here. I know it's here. And it was only one night my husband was getting up and he was pacing. And I could feel it was a ball of energy just ricocheting, and of course, homes in Europe are very small. Yeah. And it's ricocheting off the walls. We had a long, narrow living room, dining room. And, my husband's pacing and pacing, and I'm like, what is wrong with you? He says, something doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. He says, the hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. Yes, honey. That's called paranormal. Welcome to my world. I mean, it blew his mind.
Yeah. True.
So, I mean, I you know, like you said, I mean, the story just blows my mind. Just blows my mind. And
any questions from your audience? Anybody?
Do you have any quick questions to throw out there? Let's see. Let's see. Yes, dear.
I think they all turn shy at the moment.
Selena says, can I visit the house? I would love to.
Be careful what you wish for. You don't want to go to that house, trust me. They will follow you.
Sabra asked, have you tried taking photos of mirrors even now?
No, I'm not trying to take a photo of like my bathroom mirror. No, I will tell you, back in February when the wine glass flew across the room, it was resting on the coffee table, because I'm working from home because of COVID. But that day when it flew, I turned it back around and there's glass debris all over the floor. And I always take phenomena, because I learned this from Steve and Dawn, of taking pictures immediately after phenomena. That's how Steve discovered the shadow on the wall. So I took a picture of the debris area before I swept it up. Not necessarily looking for what I captured, but you get lucky. I was just want to just take it and say, hey, this happened on such and such a day. Here's the glass, here's the wine. What I did not see with the naked eye came out on photo. You see a white mist emerge from the leg of the coffee table where the debris is. Meaning the wine glass was resting on the coffee table. If on the leg of the table, there's this white flowy mist that appeared on the camera, on the digital camera picture. And then when we put that through the whatever photo analysis they do, it came out as a weird anomaly, as unexplained. And this happened within less than 30 seconds of when the glass flew. So that was interesting. Was the I believe, this is just me, but spitball here. I believe in order for them to make that glass fly off the table the way it did, the spirits had to have occupied that table. And therefore, what I caught was them leaving the table because there's no longer use to them anymore. They've already did what they wanted to achieve. But the digital camera, who can process images quicker than the naked eye, was able to snap that white mist.
Now, Michael says, what did you feel or sense before activity happened?
Good question, Michael. A lot of times, and I sort of hinted earlier, there's a sense of heaviness. The room becomes very tense. It's not. You can almost cut the intensity of the heaviness with a knife. It was very, dark. The mood would switch. We noticed this would happen primarily on Sunday nights after 8 p.m. Usually right before bed, which is not reassuring. But the house would feel heavy. There's a feeling of being watched, and I know this sounds cliche because it's been talked about in other cases, but it's true. There is a sense of feeling of being watched. There is a sense of being observed. In my third book, Poltergeist, The Night Side of Physics, there's been proven in the laboratory. We know what infrasound is. Infrasound or ultrasound, both, or sound levels that are invisible to the naked ear. Animals can pick up both. Have sensitivity to detect both infrasound and, in some cases, ultrasound. Our ears cannot detect it, not easily. Therefore, but the adverse effects, meaning of infrasound, leads people or the study to feel an uneasiness, a feeling of being watched, scared, heart palpitations. There are clandestine organizations and military that use infrasound as a weapon to disperse or control crowd control. I believe, and that's what my third book was about, is going poltergeists can do this. They can enact or a portion of infrasound to not only make objects move, but to make us uneasy about the situation that we're in. Keep in mind, other hauntings, people talk about, oh, my dog peed the floor, or he's looking at the wall, or the cat's chasing something, but there's nothing there. Or the cat won't go into this room, the dog won't go into this room. Well, it's possible because of the infrasound. They're hearing something, or they're seeing something. They have keen eyes too, that we can't see. You know, and these things, because our spectrum of light is human beings have a very limited spectrum of light. And therefore, I believe whenever activity would jump up in our house, when objects started flying, went back to that ceiling fan. Whenever we were in a bedroom, that ceiling fan would squeak loud. And there's nothing wrong with the ceiling fan because after the activity erupted, the ceiling fan went back to its normal thing again. Meaning that the pressure, the barometric, let's talk about barometric pressure, right? Let's take into to meteorology. Talks about the barometric pressure of the air around us. How many air pressure per square inch? Well, when the activity is about to erupt, that pressure heightens. And that's why that ceiling fan was squeaking, because now it has to cut through dense air. It's cutting through dense air, it's working overtime, and there is squeaking. Well, when the activity subsided, when an iron board went flying, an iron or whatever, a door got ripped off a wall, then that pressure lowers and the ceiling fan goes back because the air in the room leaves. It gets back to its baseline. So yes, so to answer your question, yeah, I didn't learn that early on. I noticed that. I started picking up on that. Like I picked up on every time me and Tim have an argument, it would spike. It would be on. They felt, any disagreement. When they were on DEFCON 5, any disagreement, I always laugh and tell people, not that it happened, but just so you have an understanding of the level of disagreement of toilet seat up, toilet seat down. Any disagreement like that would bring about crazy activity. You were supposed to call the priest tonight. No, you told me you were. No, you were. It's your turn. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
Now, Michael asked another good question. Do you feel your emotional state impacted the activity?
Yes, they feed off it. They feed off it. They are in tune. It's almost damned if you don't. Keep in mind, it was a portion of time where we cared nothing about the activity. We thought, oh, kid cough, oh, trinkets being found, nothing, But once you realize the haunting is at a level to where you're like, whoa, then now they're feeding off your fears. They're feeding off, your subconscious, meaning There were things that we did knee-jerk reactions. Why? Because we saw it on TV. We saw it on Hollywood. Hollywood doesn't make it true. We just see it, so therefore it must be right. If I've seen it in 5 horror movies, it must be true. No. Not true. But we tried that, and the spirits made us pay a dear price for that. Very dear price for that.
Selena says, Keith, the entities you encountered thrived off negativity?
Yes. Poltergeists, demons, malevolent activity, malevolent spirits, whatever you want to call them, feed off negative activity. But Selena, when this don't get talked about much, they also feed off positive activity. Now you want to say, well, what do you mean by positive activity? No. Keep in mind, when the plant flew in the house on the housewarming party, there was no negativity that night.
Right.
Everybody was merry and chirpy. Everybody was drinking, lollygagging, happy, go lucky. People, the women were getting their hair pulled. There was no negativity. I was getting locked outside my house. There was no negativity. We always think, it has to be negative. No, it's positive activity too. I think the negativity has more negative results. But when me and Tina moved into the house, I had just got a job promotion, a hefty salary increase. Mm-hmm. We had been together 2 years already. We were on cloud 9.
Yeah.
We were not negative. You saw us. We were on cloud 9 when we got the keys to the house. And they still mess with us. I was taking a shower when the poster caught fire. Tina had just kissed me goodbye. Goodbye, Keith. I love you. Bye. And the poster caught fire 5 minutes later. So I think we focus on the negative, not you, Selena, but the paranormal overall. Always like, well, the negativity. No. My observation, positivity too. Which makes it even harder to rid these things, because somebody's going to say,
right,
well, to get rid of them, all you got to do is stop having negative activity. Okay, well, what about the positive activity?
That's what Michael is asking, is how do they react to the positive?
Well, yeah, I gave you examples. The positive activity was the plant being thrown in front of Kim, her mother, and me and Tina on a merry, go lucky, happy night. That plant was thrown. That was a positive night. When we got the keys to the house, a bottle of wine, happy on cloud 9, a new house, the kids called. We were watching a movie, laughing and lollygagging when the plant levitated in front of us. The poster caught fire. I was taking a shower. I wasn't negative. Tina just kissed me goodbye, and the poster caught fire. I run out of my bedroom, almost got hit by the invisible entity in the doorway, ran to the front door, it wasn't open. I was locked in my own house. Those are examples. Like I said, it's interesting. Both the positive and the negative brought crazy activity.
Jennifer says, and it's just a statement, they feed off any strong energy.
Yeah. That's how I would classify it. Any strong energy they feed off. Or they can do what with both. They can do wonders with both. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And Michael says, what would they do if kept neutral emotional state?
I don't know, because I don't know how we as humans can obtain neutral emotional state. If you're not in one emotional state, you're in another, right? There's no neutral. I've had objects thrown at us while we were sleeping. I guess that's neutral. You're sleeping.
Well, that's the interesting thing, because that's also another way for them. You're sleeping, you are at your most vulnerable. So like you talk about night terrors, that is a way for them to also be able to get in and create, even though you're sleeping, it's creating emotion.
Yeah.
And some kind of energy, negative or positive, however you want to put it. And it is very widely known that they will try and come in through your sleep because you're your most vulnerable.
Yeah. And see, they never sleep. The spirits never sleep.
Oh, no.
Spirits know that bombard. I can feel them, Michael, Selena, and Jennifer, when I'm laying in bed. They know I have to sleep. As human beings, we have to sleep. We can go days without it, but eventually we have to sleep. We got to work in the morning. We got jobs. They know all this. I can lay down like I'm going to lay down in a few hours from now, and some nights are worse than others, but some nights when it's worse, before my eyes close for the night, or while I'm channel surfing, they're on the bed. You can feel the mattress. And I turn over to my side, I'm about to be lights out. You can feel the indentations make their way to you. Now, I can get up sometimes, go to another room, go to another bed, sleep on the couch. But eventually I gotta sleep, right? And you can't outrun them because we have to sleep. Hotel means nothing. They'll go to whatever bed I'm in. And then once I sleep, hours later, here comes the nightmare or the night terror, you know? And then they're rummaging through my mental file cabinet and I'm having, these psychedelic dreams, Quentin Tarantino meets, I don't know, Steven Spielberg meets, I don't know, movies, just weird. And, they're taking this file cabinet and putting it in this file cabinet, They're taking this time you as a child and, and putting it over here and they're combining them and all this stuff, So, yeah, that's just from sleeping. But, yeah, I think, I don't think a neutrality could be obtained. I just know they feed off multiple energies or emotions.
Emotions. Yeah, because Jennifer says it's impossible to stay completely neutral. And Michael asked, what would they do if you just said hello to them and be like glad you're here attitude, if it makes sense? Acknowledge them there, I guess it's a better way to put it, which you've done.
Well, remember, Michael, we did that with the kids. Remember, we was like, hey, if you're going to live here, I appreciate it if you're not bang or throw things, stuff you would tell your own kid, right? It's not to where, I'm not of the thinking, oh, bang as much as you want. Throw as many pots you want. No. If you're going to live here or whatever you're doing, that's fine, but you're not going to be throwing things.
You need to behave, and
you got to behave. Now, if you behave, then you live in your world, your dimension. There's room for everybody. I live in mine, but not that. And that means nothing, man. That you're only buying yourself false time because that's just preliminary stuff. There's a good case. I hope I pronounce it right. The dramatical poltergeist out of Brazil, where there was a poltergeist in I think the 1970s, where I believe her name was Sarah, where the poltergeist started off friendly to her. It would send her. She was about 14 years old, and she started having activity at home and at school. And the poltergeist at that time was giving her candy. It was giving her flowers. It was giving all these trinkets and toys, jewelry and stuff. And people was like, the spirit is, oh, well, it's nice, it's cool, she's getting these things. And then on a drop of a dime, it turned overnight. It burnt her clothes while she was in it. It threw objects at her. She had, I think, 100 nails, pin needles, manifest in the heel of her foot. Now imagine that kind of pain where the needles manifest in your foot. You don't step on needles. They manifest and point outward. She started coughing up rocks. So the same spirit that was giving her candy, because she was like invited, she was talked to it. She gave it a name. Oh, it's my friend. He gives me candy. He talks to me. And then on a dime, it just flipped. The Bell Witch, same way. The Bell Witch case. John Bell Sr. caught hell. But I believe in Lucy or something.
Yes. Oh, yes.
It was very nice to her. It would be nice to her. It would give her fruit. It would go to the Caribbean and drop fruit baskets in her lap in the cabin of John Bell. But over at John Bell, it would beat him and he got sick. Then it started attacking Lucy. But it killed John Bell. It told the family, "I'm going to kill him." And then it was nice to her. So, yeah, I don't think there's no appeasing them in the sense of let's just all get along, because we tried that, and no, I think they're tricksters. They're manipulators. They're there to manipulate, but they are not friends. They are not your friend. No.
Selena says, Keith, I've dealt with spirits all my life. I'm 55 now. I've never slept through the night, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've never slept. I don't know what 8 hours sleep is anymore. I wish. I don't know. I get 4. I'm good. Yeah. So thank you. Definitely.
Michael says, do you think they might not wanted someone in their house?
I don't think so much the house, Mike. I think it's the land.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't think so much the house. I think, there's an old saying, it takes 2 to tango. The paranormal or in the spirit world, it takes, we're all human beings, but some of us seem to attract or have a connection, to where the spirits can tell and say, we see Keith and Tina. We can interact with Keith and Tina, but we can interact with Keith more. It's weird. As soon as I always tell paranormal team, and myself included, or anybody who came to the house, because paranormal team was always, they would make me laugh, Kim, when they would walk into my house or me and Tina's house, and they would walk in, and they would come in with all this gear, right? They come in all this gear, and they would sit down in the living room or at our dinner table and plan their strategy. This is what we're going to do. Yeah, this is how we're going to get the best of the spirits. You got to do that. You got to do that. And I'm like, they're right here listening. They were at your house. They came with you. When the minute I made contact with you,
yep,
they're in your house looking at your stuff.
Yep.
We got to get out of this notion that I come into a house, being a paranormal investor, I come into a house environment and I can, I don't say outsmart the spirits, but we got to start thinking of them as multidimensional, omnipresent entities. You can't say, well, you can't whisper, say, whisper, we don't want the spirits to hear us. They can hear you.
Well, they forget they're intelligent. They're one step ahead of you already.
They read minds. They talk telepathy. Their telepathy is what's being picked up on your voice recorder. The reason why you can't hear it through the naked ear is because your sound sensitive in our eardrum can't pick up that decibel level. But your voice recorder can. It's because they're talking right there. Steve and Don were blown away about how close proximity the spirits were to the equipment. They're not some far off corner. So when teams came in strategizing, I was like, they're listening to everything you say. So if you don't have a plan of action before you get here, they already know what you're going to plan to do, because
you're doomed.
They're right here. They're not upstairs. It's not like, okay, we're going to go upstairs now and battle the spirits. No, they're right here. And we've got the EVPs to prove it now, because when Steve and Don came in and got the EVPs and the video recorders, they heard them. They heard the voice. You can hear them talking while Steve and Don are setting up the equipment.
Plain as day. You didn't even have to guess. Yeah. I mean, I could hear it through the phone without my headphones. I could hear the voices. And this is without enhancing it.
Yeah.
And they're talking.
And the spirits are talking. Like, I'm setting up my tripod in the hallway. This is Don. This is Steve. I'm setting up my tripod, right? Hey, Steve, this is going to be like this. Okay, you got the SIM card? The spirits are talking. They're like, look at that. It's orange. Voice recorder, camcorder. Hey, get that. Touch that. They're talking while you're talking. They're right up in you. They're right there. You know, it's not like there's some far off room and then you leave and then they come descend on your equipment. They're on your equipment already. Then as soon as you walk into the house, and that's why when you notice when Jennifer and them arrived, and I said in my book, all their equipment died the minute they crossed the doorway of my house. All their equipment went. Everybody's battery died.
Mm-hmm.
Phone died. Equipment died. It took them 3 hours to recharge everything. That's 3 hour delay. The spirits killed everything. You know, they had to wait to charge everything back up because everything lost juice at the same time. So now we're just sitting there 3 hours like, y'all want some pizza? You know?
Right. and what's amazing, because Keith was like, we were getting so much stuff, we didn't want to go to sleep and miss something.
That's what Steve said. Yeah.
I mean, he says we were working 12 plus hours a day and we would take cat naps to survive. Sabra says, would it be possible to reside in a home that's haunted and when you move on to another location for one or more spirits or entities to follow you? Yes. Yes, in my case. Yes, in your case.
Yeah, the spirits can follow you. That should be academic. Even before my case, spirits can follow you. They followed me. They were following me before I moved out of the Bottle House. They followed me after I moved out of the Bottle House. I was in hotel rooms, like I said, being attacked. So they can follow you. I've been attacked at my job. I have an object disappear at my job. Other people's homes. So yeah, they can follow you. Yeah.
Yeah, she was saying, I was just asking because before Keith moved into that house, he didn't have any type of paranormal activity. None.
No, we trekked in there. We trekked through the house is the mud. Once you trek into the home where there is activity, they can follow you. We had no activity prior, but that's no guarantee you're going to have some later. But by later, I mean, we bought a house, lovely house, new home, beautiful neighborhood, but the house has issues. Okay, so
big ones.
we walked in, just total unaware. What I always tell people is not to get lose sight of. We're just normal human beings. Wrong place, wrong time.
Yep.
Okay, it happens every day. There are things, if you knowingly go into a house, like I said, if you're an investigator and you knowingly go into a house, a smart investigator will arm themselves by putting protection on them because they don't want to be followed back. So they do whatever, wear jewelry or some sort of device.
Good luck.
Prayer, some whatever, to try to prevent being followed. You're like, we're only in this house. I got a life. I got my own house. I don't want anything to follow me home. That's what a normal, and Stephen Don did that too. A smart researcher will do that. It's not always guaranteed, but it does work. But somebody who's totally unaware, totally oblivious, walks into a home. And you got to understand, we lived in a home 4 years, had immense activity. Some of the things I did wrong was challenged. Don't do that.
Yeah.
The erection of cameras. Probably should have never smudged as often as I did or incorrectly as I did. And other things to where, you're going to have someone follow you home and elsewhere. So, yeah.
So this is the interesting question because I know some paranormal investigators over time doing investigations of the paranormal who've never had abilities can now suddenly kind of feel things. You living in that house for how many years?
4.
Has it changed you? Are you able, I want to say you have abilities, but being in the home, has it made you a little bit more sensitive?
Yes, I notice I'm more sensitive, emotional, have a deeper insight to pain and suffering. Be it on TV, be it the news, be it a friend, a family member, or stranger.
Mm-hmm.
I get a sense of a pain,
Mm-hmm.
of pain that just hits me like a ton of bricks. And it lasts a while, it doesn't reside quickly or easily. That has happened. Also, I notice when I'm having these nightmares or night terrors, when they're in my file, understand, when they're in my file, I'm in their file too.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see this, and then, like I said, this is very detailed in my second book, Attachments, of I can see the worlds and the places they've been, the
Mm-hmm.
homes that they've been in
Mm-hmm.
for enormous amounts of time. They've been places.
Yep.
I'm talking about ancient AD stuff, modern day stuff, 20, 16, 14th century stuff. Because they're in my head, and therefore there's a connection. And
Yep.
I can I'm not rummaging through their file purposely, but I can see glimpses of it.
Yep.
And then when that breakage, alarm clock or a ring up crying profusely or whatever, that bond is broken, that maintains in me. That stays in me.
Mm-hmm.
I've had feelings where the entities, when I lie down, go through me or go in me.
Mm-hmm.
You feel the swoosh, the energy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't know if y'all are from Texas, so when we were to go visit the farm out in the outskirts of Austin, they'll have those cow fences. Well, the cow fences are electrically charged to keep the cows from going through the fence.
Mm-hmm.
Don't kill them, just a little. Every now and then we would go fishing on this farm where there are those cow fences, and to get to the pond, you would have to open up the gate. And my dad would open up the gate while he drove his truck through. He said, "Don't touch the fence because you're gonna get shot." Well, every now and then I would get shot. I would touch it, and it doesn't kill you. It just freezes you a little bit. Your eyes sort of.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I feel when they go through me or in me. They go in. Go through back. They don't come out this side. They just go in, and you go. That's probably with them sleeping. So that I believe has led to some of the, I guess, the new senses that I now develop. Yeah.
Jennifer says, Keith, what's your opinion about what's the best protection for someone to use before an investigation?
That's a good and difficult question, Jennifer. I think it really depends on your belief system. A person says, as a man or she thinks, so is he. Another wise man or wise woman said, the faith of a mustard seed can move mountains. I think whatever faith you have, whatever your belief system has, and you're strong and you're deeply rooted, can protect you. One thing I notice about these spirits is they will respect and appreciate truth or firm belief. They have to retreat from it. They have to acquiesce. But if there's any kink in the armor, then they could pretty much worm their way in. Just like water seeks the lowest level, the spirits do the same thing. But I think it's not a one size fits all. Whatever your belief is, and you're firm and you live and carry out that belief, I believe can protect you. We have EVPs that have never been released to the public. I don't know if they ever will be. Where I asked them, why didn't you give Ghost Adventures evidence? Why? Well, and their response was they didn't like them. I'm paraphrasing. They thought they were assholes. They didn't say assholes, but that's what their answer was. We didn't like them.
Right.
This is going to sound weird. This is going to really sound weird because they were honest. Spirits are honest. If you ask them a blunt question, they're going to give you a blunt answer. You might not like it, but it becomes what you ask. Like, don't ask them when you're going to die because they might tell you. They will give you a blunt answer, and they said, and I'm paraphrasing, they did not like, it is weird coming from them, how Ghost Adventures was treating us.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yes.
they were like, we didn't get them because they were coming in nonchalant, too cocky, and exactly show up or else, or it's not real until I say it's real. So they found them very arrogant.
Yep.
And they did not appreciate how they put me and Tina on the defensive. Which we're the house guests, which in any culture, when you're in a person's house, I don't care, in any culture, it's a blessing to even be in their house. You don't make the house occupants feel defensive in their own house.
Or uncomfortable.
That's just a written law. You just go in. You're in our house. You're our guest. We called you here to help us. And the spirits were they were very pissed off about that. So pissed off they did nothing. Not to where they got to throw stuff and act up. So pissed off that they did nothing. They sat on their hands. Nothing. Steve and Dawn had a different approach. Nikki and her team had a different approach. They came in. You see, respectful, cordial. Hey, Keith, tell us about this. That's interesting. Keith, show us this. Keith, da-da-da-da-da. Keith, lead us here. If you see the Demons of Seattle Ghost Adventures episode, watch the Demons Uncovered documentary. Watch my relationship with Zach and crew, and watch my relationship with Steve and Dawn. Night and day.
It's night and day. Yep. Night and day.
Night and day.
Jennifer says, living with an attachment, have you found that when you're out at work or in public in daily life, that other energy, positive or negative, affect you or the spirits attached to you?
The negative affects me. By negative, I mean death, pain, suffering. Even on television, even, somebody dies tragically, I notice I get visibly moved now. I get visibly moved, Jennifer.
That's interesting. That is very empathic.
Yeah, it's like I'm very sensitive now. It's weird. Never happened before, but now, I'm like, I'm doing, and I'm like, what's wrong with you, dude? What are you doing? But that happens now, and it started after I moved out the house. Yeah.
It is very interesting because I have never saged for a haunting. And trust me, where we live is one of the top 10 bloodiest Civil War battles. And right where our house is where a skirmish took place. There's a historical plaque that talks about it. And trust me, they are around. But I have never saged for a spirit ever. But see, at 20, I had to figure out what my abilities are and how to control them. How do I protect myself? Then having my son, and at a few months old, having a night terror, and then having a second one at a year old while we were in Scotland. And I was never sure if he had my abilities. I know my parents had abilities. I didn't know if he had them. So when I realized the activity around our home, I had to protect whatever is out there from coming in.
Yeah.
So I had to learn all these things. The only time I've saged this house twice, and it's energy. It's not spiritual. It has nothing to do with spirits, entities, nothing. There was a bad divorce, a very long, nasty, drawn out bad divorce. The house turned into a rental property. Down the street is a university. ATF, DEA, the local police had to drag a girl out because she was selling drugs. There was so much negativity in the house. I saged for that.
Yeah.
Never, because I have the one thing I've learned is if you're firm but respectful, you get so much more out of these spirits than anything else.
Well, yeah, I mean that's like in life, right? You get more with honey than vinegar, right? So you're right. If you're firm, respectful, um, and paranormal teams, even with a malevolent haunting, you got to be respectful. The power that these entities can exhibit can snap our bodies like a twig if we provoke them to that, level of anger. You do not want an entity to make you its project, okay? Because they determine when they're done, not you. They determine. And, we had flies, insects, infestations that appear out of thin air, foul stench smell. I tell people this: what do you think ran past you in the hallway in that poster fire? What do you think that was? And I said, that was death. That was the spirit who set that poster on fire was sent there. It was sent. And I said, if I had stepped out of that doorway a second sooner and impeded its path, it would have had no choice but to toss me across the room. And I probably would be here telling this story because the level of force that I felt go past me, and the whole house was heavy. It was so heavy in that house when it did that. I bet the frequency, the infrasound was so dense because it blocked the 911 call. The spirits, they were in cahoots. They were, the lady couldn't get my address. Every time I would mutter my address, there would be mass static. So they wanted to delay that the news getting out. But I tell people, you don't, I want to go to the house. I want to spend the night. I want to go sleep in the Bible burning room. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You say you do, but trust me, you don't want that because you don't know what they're going to latch onto about you. You walk in there and they see something interesting and they follow you home. Then they got your siblings, they got your mother, your daughter, your son, your child, your job, your spouse, and yeah, you don't want that. You can't turn it off.
See, I've been touched twice, and when I'm touched, it sets off this anger in me because I'm like, no. I respect your boundaries. You have to respect my boundaries. So the second time I was touched was what followed me to Holland. I'm laying in bed. My foot's hanging off and it grabs my ankle. And I knew the minute he grabbed my ankle who it was. And I sat up. I was cussing mad. I was like, you are not allowed to touch me. My husband's sound asleep. And he's like, I didn't touch you. I'm not talking to you. And it's funny because my husband and my child are used to me. And I have rules in my house. You don't mess with my family and you don't mess with my dog. And of course, our dog that came from Holland that picked up everything, he ended up passing away. We have now a new dog. And something poked her the wrong way. And in the middle of the living room, she literally, the hair was standing up and she did a jump and a nasty growl. And I just start speaking. I was like, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? You mess with my dog. I'm going to send you where you don't want to go.
Uh-huh.
They pulled my hair. They tugged my clothes. They hit my bed. They knock on the door. Mess with me, I don't care. I can take it. Y'all don't bother me. Those are my rules. And the twice that they broke the rules, they were very quiet for months. Very quiet.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm respectful. I'm not nasty about it. I'm just firm. These are my rules in my house. If you want to stay, then do these things. Thank God, knock on wood and everything else, my husband and my child haven't been affected.
Well, that's good. That's like I said, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, and I have no enemies.
No.
But I tell people it's not, you know, I've been offered or asked, show me the house, show me where it's at, and how come you put the address of the real house on your book cover? And I'm like, no, that's not my job. It's not my job to turn my Bothell house into a landmark for,
Or a freak show.
Because no, it's not that. So, and then I'm doing you a favor, whoever, because you don't need to be camped outside. You don't need to be breaking in. So, that's not why I'm here. That's not why, there's plenty of story for you to latch on to, from me, the books, the documentaries, the videos, everything, without being on ground zero. But no, so I tell people, read Steve Merrill's book about the house, read mine, listen to the interviews that Nikki and them gave, listen to the EVPs, good stuff there. But yeah, so it's an experience.
Selena says, after being touched a few times, it's still a weird feeling. I've gotten to the point where I've added in my prayers before entering, I say that I am not to be touched without permission. And Jennifer says, I think Keith is a good example of the fact that it doesn't always work to be firm with the spirit.
Right. Yeah, both are correct. Like I said, there's no silver bullet. Just like there are levels and epsilons of, people or animals or species. It's the same thing with spirits. We don't know what level these spirits are. They're pretty powerful. There's multiple of them. They work in tandem, but we don't know what level to the degree. Like I said, when the insects start appearing, when the supernatural stuff start appearing, that gives you a good indicator that you're dealing with something. People always ask me, was it demonic? I'm like, yes, this is a demonic haunting, demonic setting. I will not acquiesce to that, because look at everything we've shown you. Look at everything we've seen and heard. You talk about growls, you talk about shadowy figures, mysterious footprints in my office, on the lawn, the black oil. These things, exist outside the realm of physics or our understanding of. So yeah, but it's interesting.
Jennifer, they do not allow investigations at that house now. No.
No, the husband and wife who lives in the home now, I have not talked to them, so I don't know any investigators who've been in the house since I've left. I doubt. I do know they want to be left alone. I've been asked by investigators to show them the house. I won't.
No.
They've been asked to give me for the address. I won't. So no, the house can go dormant. If it does, that's good. That's good. The people in there know of what happened. People who lived in the house between me and Rhonda. Remember, there was 4 families or 3 that lived between the homeowner and me and Rhonda. Therefore, they didn't have activity, or if they did, it was so low level they didn't notice, or they left it and didn't tell anybody. But I'm of the belief that they didn't have activity, because they would have found me or something. But
right.
The house itself It's going to be fine.
Yep.
The Enfield house, it's fine today. The Bear Witch property, it's fine today.
Well, now, believe it or not, I know of a UK paranormal investigator that actually got invited into the Enfield house.
Yeah, I still don't have. Yeah, they have visits to the house. Yeah,
and which is very rare because the wife mother is very protective of the home, and she refused to answer any questions with the haunting. The husband was a little bit more open and saying, yes, things do happen. We don't talk about it.
and that's probably for the better, like I said.
Yep.
But yeah, things might not never happen, or they might, or maybe low level.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, your story was so intriguing to me, and it was shocking how little help you got until Steve Mira came into the picture, him and Dawn. I mean, this is something paranormal people would die to experience. And
well, they tried to come in after.
Right. A little too late. But I wanted to say thank you so much for your time and your story. It is truly fascinating, and I just feel more people need to know about it. One, the dangers. You have to be careful.
Yeah.
But two, if you're going to offer help, then stand by your word. Because there are people that prefer not to do residential, and there are people that do prefer to do that. And so, it is such an interesting story, no matter how you flip that pancake.
Well, yeah, it'll forever be an interesting story. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the questions, everybody. Watch the interview, watch the documentary, read the book, because there's a lot of stuff we left out, but that's fine. Read the book. Watch Stephen Dawn's documentary. If you're an investigator, you have to watch the documentary.
Don Phillips that man is amazing. And Steve Mira too. I mean, I can't express words on this. So I just want to say thank you so much. It means so much to me that you gave me this opportunity to give you this platform and tell your story. It really does, because it's such a special story.
Oh, awesome. Thanks to you, your husband, for doing the technical work. And thank you, everybody. Like I said, I'm pretty sure we will be talking again, you and I.
Oh, definitely.
And I love questions. So if anybody has questions, find me online, find me on YouTube. Kim, you'll put the contact info in this video.
Also, keep check of here, because there are a lot of people that are going to watch this after this live.
Yeah.
And if they want to ask questions while watching, they can pop it in there. So if you don't mind, or if I see something, I'll say, hey, there's a question for you.
Yeah, send me the link once you post it, and I will periodically revisit, because I know people leave questions in the comment section. That's fine. That's okay. Like I said, this is not a one-all, so I'm pretty sure this is a journey. Yes. So yeah, I'll keep watching. So yeah, that's fine.
Thank you so much, Keith. You have been absolutely wonderful, and I've enjoyed this.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, guys. I know I told y'all this was going to be a long one. I want to thank everybody that came, everybody that's going to rewatch this. I have been excited for this interview for a long time because his story is crazy. Thank you, Selena, Jennifer, Anne-Marie, Sabra, Dantex. There's Sally. Michael. You guys have been so awesome. Thank you for being patient. This has been a long live stream. You guys are wonderful. I couldn't do this without you. Frank. Frank. We can't forget Frank. There's so many people I've been trying to concentrate. Dazzler. Oh, another wonderful person. Thank you so much, guys. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful weekend. Oh, and I will let you know who our next interview is going to be. Not this Thursday, the following Thursday, I will be interviewing none other than John Huntington, the caretaker of the Conjuring House. But we're not going to be talking about that. He has more stories than the Conjuring House. So thank you. Thank you. I love you guys. You have been wonderful. Yes, I said Frank. Don't you say, well, no, Frank. I said Frank. Thank you, guys. I love y'all dearly. Y'all have been awesome and patient. Have a wonderful night and evening. And Anne-Marie, a wonderful day. Thank you so much.